So I just want to also remind you guys of my style. There's usually an easy way or a hard way in most of my encounters, especially if the encounter seems incredibly difficult. There's usually a trick or a clue. I'll try to provide some type of hint in the description, the setup of said encounter, but it requires that you're listening and paying attention because I'm trying to get myself to not beat my clues to death. I do want my players to make those discoveries. So I tend to give a lot of information away as a DM, and I always slap myself on the wrist afterwards. So I'm going to try to work on that and let you guys kind of figure things out a little bit more. So that said, put your thinking caps on, pay attention to the scene. I try to make things as visible on the map as I can if they might be something you can mess with. So feel free to put yourself in that scene and, hey, DM, can I do this? Can I mess with this rod or this knob or whatever? And yes, I'll tell you what happens if you do. Try to describe what you're doing. Remember, I love storytelling like all of us. So if you make it sound like a story, it's probably something I thought of and put in there for you to utilize. Since I do tend to run more combat heavy campaigns. This one's more combat heavy than I would normally run because it's only 9 sessions long. So I want there to be enough challenge in there. So when we last time, or previously on, I have to not say last time, previously on Monstrous Deeds, the party had, let me see, where did I leave you guys off? You were in the middle of a fight with the guards at the gate, well, down from the gate. So you finished mauling the guards at the main door to the gnome keep. That's like their front gate, leading into their front yard. The kids were playing in the playground out front. You guys made short work. Tarar ate a couple in front of their guardians.
Delicious.
Vicious, and you scared them off. Or killed them. You killed them all and scared off Lorilla. Lorilla did escape, but she flew away from the mountain, far, far out of sight. It did not look, as far as you guys could tell, it did not look like she doubled back at all. She left. You continued on your way, discovering some clues that led you either to the sides, around the sides of the mountain peak, or right up the middle of the mountain peak. You decided to take one of the side paths, the lesser traveled paths, which was smart. As you did hear the sounds of merrymaking, singing, drums, and deep baritone voices in chorus up ahead, which you had assumed was the Goliaths partying with the gnomes at the front gate. So you've made your way around the side. You had found painted lines or painted cobblestones underneath the snow and the slush. It's snowy up here at the top of this mountain peak, but it's also slushy snow because you've been feeling this abnormal warmth as you were making your way through the cloud-covered peaks. As you came to find out after following one of the colored lines that there was a steam vent in the side of the mountain that was just billowing steam at irregular intervals out into the sky on the side of the mountain, which was causing this haze, this mistiness at the top of the mountains. Rather than just clouds, it was also steam. You fought some guardians that were watching the grate, or that were protecting the grate. They were made of stone. They became animated by some magical energy, and they fought you off. One of them seemed more mechanical than the other two. The four-armed one had gears on its arms and on its legs and its joints that were moving it more so than just straight animated stone. I don't remember if you guys actually discovered that or not last time, but that's something you would notice just by looking at it after it fell, that it was not animated magically as much as the other two were. Tarar, being resistant to fire, just grabbed the hot grate off the top of the vent and opened it, or pulled it free, moved it to the side. I think Ikreg stuck his head over the side and quickly moved away as a vent of steam shot up next to his face, just barely escaping third-degree burns on his face. But you guys then tried to sit back and kind of time the steam, see if it was on a regular interval, but it was not. Every once in a while, it shot up. Sometimes once a minute, sometimes 40 seconds would go by. As little as 25 or 30 seconds would go by is the shortest you ever saw in between bursts. There is a ladder, and the surface of the tube is straight milled metal, steel, such as you've never seen. This doesn't look forged necessarily. It looks like the measurement and the cut and the smoothness of the metal is very smooth, such that you've never seen like banged out on an open forge over a fire. So it's very interesting as you're unfamiliar with this type of fine craftsmanship, even amongst rock gnomes. So we'll pick up there. You are at the edge of this open pit that is every once in a while billowing steam. There is a ladder on the side of the pit. Nobody's tried to touch the ladder yet, or examine the ladder too closely. So that's where we'll pick up.
Do we kind of assume that if the steam touches us, we'll be burned?
That's a safe assumption. The steam is very, very hot and would probably scald you, much like steam just out of a boiling pot would.
Because I have a giant rat that I care nothing about, and we could try it.
You absolutely could. You're welcome to do that. You could offer the rat, dangle it over the steam, and see what happens.
Is there any smell to this that's coming out of here?
There is. Please give me a perception check as you sniff the steam coming closely out of the pipe. Okay, so you do smell something that's not just boiling water. You can't necessarily put your finger on what the smell is, but it's definitely a manufactured smell. Not
tasty.
No, it's actually a little metallic in your mouth, but you can't pinpoint what kind of metal or why it. Even an 8 perception, though, would be enough to tell that the steam itself, as you get really close to it, it smells like rotten eggs. It has a sulfurous smell to it.
Whatever it is they're cooking down there, it's not tasty.
I think maybe you should take that spider of yours or something expendable and have it sit along the edge. See what happens when that steam hits it.
I think Drepix just called Starlet expendable.
Angry clicking. I'll go pick up Drepix and start moving him towards the hole. Like,
nice.
Oh, expendable?
Just grapple him, pull him to the hole. So Drepix, we're role playing this. I'm assuming he's not really going to drop you in the hole. So you feel the spider just kind of tugging on you with one of its legs, kind of dragging you towards the hole with clicking noises as it does.
I will stab you.
How far down was it when Terrar peeked over?
You could see to the edge of your vision, and then it became completely black. And you did see the ladder looked attached and sturdy enough as far as you could see. Let me scroll up and see if I can see if you guys made perception checks at the end there. I think you did. Let's see. No? No, those are all hit dice. That's for healing. Yeah, I don't see perception checks. So if you want to... Actually, I think the only one who did was Ikreg. and I think his roll, I don't remember what his roll was, but it's right. It should be right here around the end. Or whoever stuck their face over. I'm remembering it was Ikreg, but...
I stuck my face over, because at the time you weren't leveled up, so I still had my 120 dark vision.
Okay, that's right. And I told you that you could see to the edge of your vision, and then darkness. The ladder looked intact and sturdy to the edge of your vision. As far as you could tell, it was all in black and white, or no, there's no color that you could see with your dark vision. You did catch a glimpse of something, a ring of light of sorts. It would have been what color was the line you guys followed here? Was it blue? Do you guys remember the color of the line?
I think the middle one was yellow.
Yep. Was it yellow? Did you follow the yellow? Okay, so it would be a series, like a ring of yellow light that you would see two of, very faintly. And it wouldn't look yellow, it would just look white to you. Two series equally equidistant down from where you started. You can't tell exactly how many feet, but you know there's two instances of those lights before you run out, before you can't see anymore.
When it's not puffing out smoke, can I take a look in again to see if I can see the lights further down, or if how much light is it emanating from those light sources?
As you take a quick peek over just to see how you saw a light, but you couldn't tell how bright they were. So you're specifically looking for how bright they are. They're very faint, no more light than a candle would emit.
So would I be able to see more?
Or an LCD watch.
Okay.
Or what?
Would I be able to see more than the two instances that I saw with my dark vision? Like, or if they're spaced out far enough, can I count how far down they go before they disappear on
You
a
can
turn
count-
or something?
You can count two instances before they disappear, and you can't see any more beyond that.
Okay.
Up to the 120 feet. One nearly halfway down and one almost all the way down.
Oh, so that's the end of it. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
It'll make more sense when I move you to the next map, but something has to happen.
Yeah, I say toss the rat down and give that a try. See how far he goes down before we hear him land. See what this
Do you want to toss him, or do you want to have him crawl down? It's up to you.
Put a rope on him. We want to see what the steam does to him.
Terrar's waiting for the next big puff of steam.
Well, you're in luck. So the big, you hear, Terrar, since you're anticipating the next puff of steam, you actually hear an audible popping noise. It pops twice. You hear a hiss, and then the vent it shoots steam like a geyser up into the air. Out of
Okay. I'm waiting for the steam to stop.
It vents for about 2 to 3 seconds, and then it stops.
You said there was a ladder inside?
There is a ladder. Yep.
I jump on the ladder and firemen slide down.
Okay. So I'm gonna stop you right there as soon as you grab the ladder and start trying to climb down. You're still gonna move your climb speed. You're on a ladder, but you notice right away, as soon as you grab the ladder, that it is cool to the touch.
Okay.
And the ladder seems to be made of a very thin material that's smooth with no edges, and there you feel almost like there is a throbbing, like a liquid rushing through the center of the ladder.
Okay.
And you can't see the color of the ladder, but it is like a grayish color. Not dark, not black.
I'm just trying to go
Definitely
down.
not metal. The substance you're feeling is not metallic.
Okay. I'm just trying to go down as fast as possible.
All right, so unless people want to follow Tarar on the ladder as he does not cry out in pain, I'm going to only move Mark to the next map.
You guys just watch where he disappeared down the tube.
Epix is gonna jump down actually behind him because he sees him as a large mass that'll shield if the steam does come up.
Okay, so give me a second. I'm going to put tokens for Drepix and Tarar on the next map, and I'll kind of describe what they...
Ken, will Gamork 2.0 be able to fit down this?
Okay, to answer your question, so stop there, Mark. You guys can actually, what I'm eventually going to do is I need all the party to kind of hang out at the top. So you're not technically going down the ladder yet. And, well, you will be. You guys will be right here and here. Everybody else will be at the top when I get there. And I'll explain in a second. To answer your question, the pipe is big enough to fit a large creature. It's about 10 feet in diameter. So Dahak could fit his mount, and so could the spider. However, they will not be able to fit on the ladder. You can... So I'm kind of bending the space rules for this particular skill challenge. You can all fit basically hanging off the ladder in some way in the same general area within reason. I'm not going to have everybody in the same square, but anything large or bigger cannot hold on to the ladder with the players. So the spider and Gamork have a climb speed. I'm going to assume that Gamork has sticky feet instead of clawed feet for this particular scenario because otherwise his climb speed doesn't make sense on this surface. You cannot claw into the steel. It would not hold you. But I don't want you to drop Gamork again, so I'm going to allow him to have a climb speed in here. So when you get to the top of the ladder there, Tarar, and you start to slide down a little bit, Drepix kind of scurries over behind you. Drepix, you know the same thing. You notice the same thing, that the ladder itself, even though the steam just shot up and melted the snow right around the opening, that the ladder itself is cool to the touch and very, very smooth. The steps of the ladder are flat, and they have a granular surface carved into the top of each step. So you have sure footing on this ladder. It would be nearly impossible to slip off. If you would like to give me perception checks as you look at the ladder, you can do so. If you would like. You don't have to.
I would like to help Drepix.
Okay, so you can roll again, Drepix.
Damn it, Doug, you need to wait.
Okay.
Sorry.
You even as Tarar's kind of pointing out, he just kind of grabs your head and shoves it in front of the ladder and says, "Look!" And you know, your eyes are open. You're looking at the ladder, and it's strange. It's smooth. What do you want? It's cool. Like those are the things that you notice. You just notice what you already both know. So before I move anybody else, to the rest of you who are on top, you can kind of glance over and you see Tarar and Drepix starting to make their way down the ladder. Do you wish to follow them, or do you want to wait and see what happens to them?
I'll wait.
Okay.
Twitch cannot be outdone. He's going down. He's gonna put his rat in front of him. Well, he's gonna have the rat go first, and he's gonna follow the rat.
Is it possible to grab like one of this guy's wings and use it as kind of a shield in front of me, try and buffer the...
Ken, if you're talking, nobody can hear you.
So as you might remember, I cannot talk and click and type at the same time. So if I have to move you from one map to another individually, I'm going to have to not talk while I'm doing that. I'm sorry if it sounds a little weird when I go quiet like that, but that's because if I am in a text box or clicking on something and I press this key to talk, it will do crazy, dumb shit all the time. So I to answer your question, the wings of the gargoyles, the ones that were complete, the regular gargoyles are basically broken into chunks when it falls apart when you kill it. The other one didn't have wings. Oh no, it did, because it did have a fly speed. You're right, it did have wings. And those wings, you can try to break one off if you want. It's made of a leathery sail-like material with metal bars for the bones.
Okay,
Like,
if it's
almost
leather,
like
I thought the whole thing was stone. If it's not stone, I'll just go by. I'm gonna head.
Yeah, the big four-armed one is more mech than stone. And I should have described that better in the first encounter, but I was more focused on just picking the thing from Tomb of Annihilation and sticking it in my game, making a sheet for it. But you would have recognized that it was more mechanical than statue.
I will go down after Twitch, unshoot.
Is this Starla?
Yes, this is Starla.
I'm assuming you're waiting to see who all is going down before we can actually start moving.
Yes, I have to do it that way. Starla, are you going down in spider form?
Yes. Originally, I had planned to basically put a web on the top and just kind of rappel down.
For some reason, that grabbed Twitch again too. Let me get rid of Twitch. All right, so Starla, I'm gonna put you. I'm gonna put you. Basically, you're gonna be right here. You're in the tunnel with them, so really, you would be right here.
I'm standing
But,
over them.
Yeah, and you're a spider, so they're in between your legs. You're kind of moving your legs around so that they can still reach the ladder. Twitch, you are hanging on the same rung just above Drepix. So I want you guys to kind of picture in your head that you are a crowded bunch of things moving down this very tight ladder. I mean, every time you've seen a movie where the good guys escape through the air vents and they're all crowded together, that's the image I want you to have in your head, except add that steam might come blowing up in your faces at any potential second. And Starla, if you want to shoot a web out of your butt and attach it to the top, I will allow it. But to do so, can you please give me a nature check?
So I couldn't make any headway whatsoever while I jumped while they were arguing about tying rats to ropes.
Yes, I'm gonna move you in a second. I just want to see who's gonna be on this map and who's staying on the other map.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to get to. So, Starla, your web is affixed to the top. You feel like it would hold the weight of possibly a smaller or medium creature, and they could use it as a rope if they wanted to. You do not know how the web will withstand the steam. That's an unknown, but you imagine it might possibly not get blown up out of the pipe. We'll see. So does anybody else want to go down the pipe, or do you want to watch these four as they make their descent?
I'll wait.
Dahak is waiting.
Okay. And then the only one left would be Surakith, and since Tarar is controlling Surakith, do you want her to wait?
She's gonna wait.
Okay.
No, she jumps headlong down the...
She finds this quite...
So, Ken, when I get in the tube, is it like walking into an oven?
I'm having so much trouble with copy and paste. I'm sorry, guys. Yes, it is very, very hot. Who else is Ikreg? Is the other one who I need to get over there.
So, everything else is hot except this ladder, yes?
That is correct. Okay, so I put your tokens here for you guys. Just keep in mind, you are at the... You are at the top of the pipe, not in. So you are essentially right here, looking down. So now that everybody's on the same map. Tarar, what's your movement speed?
My movement speed is 40. But I'm not using the rungs. I've got hands on the sides of the bars, and I've got my feet on the sides of the bars.
Yeah,
and just free fall sliding.
Okay, Mark, as a fellow DM, how do you think you would rule that? You're not going to use a climbing speed. I can't use a falling speed because you're saying you're holding on to the ladder. So what is your speed currently?
40 feet.
That's how you would rule that?
If you allow me not to do it, and that's not
I mean, well, okay,
I'm not being careful.
Because you're breaking climbing is what you're asking me to do. That's what a climbing speed does. But I like the flavor. I like where you're going with it. I think that in order to allow it, I should put some kind of risk involved. So when you want to stop moving, I'm going to ask for an athletics check or a strength save. A strength save would be better. And if you fail to save, you would likely lose grip on the ladder. Is basically what would happen. Does that sound reasonable? I did not actually think of this particular aspect, so I like it. But I'm
done.
Yeah, well, you probably won't die, but you might take some damage. Okay, so now that we're all here, I need you all to roll initiative. Those that are on top, on your turns, you can make your decision to do nothing, stay there. You're rolling initiative because I need to just kind of track when things happen, and I need to add, and I might need to ask your help on this, Mark. I need to add a layer action. So I think I can go to like add custom label or round calculation. No, and I don't want to add. I want to add something to initiative that's the layer.
So just
Add the ladder or something.
Just go to the picture
Yeah.
and just set one off to the side in the token layer and just put add turn. And then you can just label that as 20 for the top of the round. Yeah, perfect. Zirak. That works.
That's pretty awesome. Okay, Zirak is not really there, but he is going to be my turn counter. He is...
And then just change the number to 20, and then that's where you know that 20 is the top of the round for that.
Yeah, 20
I
is
usually just use like a
the layer action.
or something.
Okay, that'll work. So I am going to... So, Hawk, you're doing nothing. The pipe just went, actually. The steam just blew. That's what triggered Tarar jumping in. So I'm going to say the pipe had its turn. So Hawk, you're looking over. Ikreg, you're looking over. Tarar, you're up. So you can go ahead and move your movement speed minus 5 feet, because you got to start here. This is the start square. So you can move your movement speed down the ladder, and then give me a strength save.
Strength save or like a check?
A strength saving throw. Oh, nice. Okay, your grip is perfectly fine. So that's your movement action. You still have an action. If you wanted to slide again, you can. Because you could take the dash action on your turn.
As I slide down, I notice these. I would like to know.
So you are sliding through a ring of light.
So this is just light right here?
So What's your passive perception?
I think it's only a 12.
Sorry, did you say 12?
Yes, it is a 12.
12 is okay to notice this detail. Because as you're sliding, it would be passive perception since you're not, unless you want to stop and use your action to make a perception check, you could do that.
Yeah, because that would definitely catch my attention.
Okay, so you grip, your hands get a little bit warm as you slide yourself to a stop, and you can go ahead and give me a perception check as you look at the ring of lights.
Oh, this is going to be bad. Hey, 16, I'll take it.
That's very good. Okay, so these are the details that you can make out. The light itself comes from a small rectangular piece of glass in the side of the tube. As your eyes follow the light around the outside of that small rectangular piece of glass, you see a very faint outline of light in the shape of... Let me do this. Like that, where the piece of stone is, and in the middle of it is a little rectangular piece of glass with light coming out of it. And you can't tell the color of the light. It would be yellow if you could tell color, but it's not color. You just see white light.
Okay.
All right, so that would be your... I mean, you have a bonus action left if you can do anything, but it's not...
No. That's my...
You're hanging out there. Okay. Surakith is looking down the hole. Starla, you have a climb speed. So you are free to move as normal.
Okay, I'm going to move 30 feet down as the normal climb.
All right, from there, even your passive, you would notice that there's a ring of lights. You might even be able to notice that the lights are not a ring, that they're separate rectangular instances. And if you would like to use a perception check, you can count them. Or you can not.
I think right now I want to get out of the pipe as quickly as possible, so I'm just going to be basically running down looking for...
Okay, so you're just going to dash?
Yeah.
Go ahead. All right, so you guys see the spider scurrying down and leaving a very generous little rope behind her as she descends. It looks down the barrel of a gun. It's funny. Yeah. This is a long map. But it's more a puzzle than a map. Okay, so you double move down there, leaving the spider web. So that rope, basically, guys, it's going to act like a rope. Nothing special. It would help if you wanted to. You can't slide down it like the pipes because it's going to be sticky. But you can climb down it. Twitch. You can move. So you don't have a climb speed. So in your case, you can move half your speed is halved while you're climbing down the ladder.
Okay, I want to see if there's a special reason why this ladder is cool to the touch and everything else is hot. Can I do that?
Yes. Since you're at the very top of the ladder, you can give me an investigation check as your action before you move down if you want.
Okay, investigation.
Okay. All you notice is that at the top of the ladder there is a cap that looks like it has indentations in the top at regular intervals, such that if you put your fingers on the top of the cap, they would fit inside the indentations. Think radiator cap.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna take note of that, and then I'm gonna nudge Drepix out of the way, and I go, Me first, the light always comes
All right, so he starts his descent down the ladder. As Drepix, Twitch kind of takes a second to look at the top of the ladder, kind of fidgeting with the top of it a little bit, and then nudges his way down the ladder past you.
And my rat is with me.
Drepix.
Okay, so it's on your person.
I just imagine he's like right below me, doing his rat thing.
Okay, climbing down the cool pipe. Go ahead, Drepix.
Watch it, slowpoke. And then I'm going to dash to go another 15. And I guess I'll use my action to move again and stop right where Tarar is so I can see what he's looking at.
Do you want to stop in his same spot or pass him up a little bit? Because 15 would put you here. And then you would be adjacent to what he's looking at.
I'll do that.
Okay, and what's your passive perception?
10.
Oh, okay. So you can see pretty much the same thing Tarar sees in that it's not a circle of light. You see individual rectangular squares of what looks like glass with light behind it. Since you're right in front of it, you can kind of peer inside the tiny little window, and you see what looks like a small space that's brightly lit inside, like a cubbyhole almost.
Cubbyhole that's small. Is it like smaller than I am?
No, it looks like it would fit. It's actually quite large in there. It would fit. Again, for the sake of the hawk, it would fit a large creature in there if it squeezed its way in.
I think I still had another space movement. If would I be able to like slide it? Wait, is it just on this side or is it on this side?
No. So the little rectangle. The little rectangle is small, big as your hand. You can't squeeze in that space. But there is a faint outline of light surrounding the rectangle. That's, it looks very much like a door. But the door is closed currently, and you don't see a handle on the door.
Okay.
None of you, except for possibly David, has done the Last Wish raid in Destiny 2, I'm assuming. But I took some inspiration from the first encounter in that raid for this particular trap. You're welcome, David.
Trying not to spoil anything.
Yeah, right? The witch is raising her hands! Alright, so Drepix, you're out of actions. That was your move, your action, and your cunning action to get to the seeming door. Alright, you guys hear a series of pops and a slight hiss, and for a moment, Jesus, okay, how about 16 burps in one? Sorry, guys. For a very quick moment, Tarar, you feel almost a sense of panic, because that is almost the exact same sound you heard right after the steam came up last time. But instead of a build-up and then a loud hiss, it was almost like it fizzled out, and you guys feel just a bit of warmth coming up the pipe, but no blast of steam. You have successfully passed round 1. All right, Dahak, as you are staring down the pit, it is your turn. You can decide to try and start to climb down, or you can continue to watch to the end of your dark vision. So just keep in mind, I didn't put any lighting on this because it would be too hard to do so with this big of a pipe. I guess I could have, but I thought it would slow down everybody's computer to have this big of a map with lighting effects. So your dark vision is, what, 60 feet? Or do you have more? as a kobold? I can't remember.
No, just regular dark vision, 60 feet, and I'm gonna hold still up here.
Yeah, so basically as you peer down over the edge, just keep in mind you can only see down to basically Starla's butt. You can see the butt of the spider disappearing into darkness, and that's it. You can't see anything beyond that. Alright, so Dahak is holding steady. Ikreg?
I want to maintain kind of watching them to see, maybe pick out a pattern and how the steam comes out, or just keep an eye on the situation as a whole.
Alright, so Ikreg holds steady, peering over the side with Dahak. They're all kind of peering over, watching you guys down there. Ikreg, you now are level 7, so you only have 60 feet of dark vision, right?
Yes, and I can no longer see in magical.
Look at that. Your token is correct and everything. Nice. Thank you. All right. So yeah, you can see just as far as Dahak down to about where Starla is, just at the beginning. Tarar, you've made some good progress down the pipe.
Now, you said we can actually fit inside this?
If the door were open, you feel like the room inside would be big enough for you, yes.
Oh, okay, but there's no visible handle or anything that I saw with my perception.
There's no visible handle.
Okay, I'm gonna keep dropping.
Okay, if you want to do it the same way, you can go ahead and move 80 feet down the pipe as you slide down, but I need 2 strength saving throws. So I would do one at a time, just to see if you fall. That's the magic number, Tarar. Don't roll lower than that.
Oh, I'm about to. It's like what Bilbo said, what's life without a little risk?
Whew, okay. So Tarar, again, Starla, you just see this hulking bugbear fireman sliding down the side of this ladder, smoke coming up from his hands. Luckily, that ladder is actually actively cooled, or his hands might still take fire damage from how fast he's sliding down.
I actively
you
fart
resist
on my way down, knowing that this is a
This
is a very tight, enclosed, steamy place, so it's like farting in a shower.
Oh man! You guys,
I just crop dust everybody on my way down.
Trepix, I need a con save at disadvantage, and if you fail, you just die as you fall. Your corpse falls to the ground. No, I'm kidding. All right, Tarar, you make some good progress as you slide past another ring of lights. Your dark vision now. Okay, not quite. But you can see one more ring of lights just in front of you. You cannot see the other one. It's too far out of your vision. And since it only sheds light in a 5-foot radius like a torch, you can't see it. It's just darkness down there. But you see another ring of lights just ahead of you, and you slid past a second ring.
Okay, that's my turn.
What would Surakith like to do?
Saraketh is just going to walk up and put a hand on Ikreg's shoulder and kind of peek over a little bit and just kind of chuckle and settle back.
Awesome. All right. Starla?
I'll pause here and take a look at these, the next ones. See if they're similar or different to the ones we've had.
Okay. If you're going to use your action to give me a perception check, you can do so. The DC goes down if you're using your action for it. Oh, but unfortunately, what happens is you take a really good look at these doors, but because you have, 8 eyes, you're seeing everything refracted 8 times. So as you try to count the doors, you count 64 doors.
The Tarar fart didn't help.
Yeah. The Tarar fart kind of disoriented you for a second.
Okay.
All right, Twitch.
So Twitch is gonna climb down. And then he's going to double move.
All right, so you get equal with Drepix. You can, and you guys can both fit on the ladder. Like I said, you're kind of imagine Drepix is getting shoved to the side. You're both kind of stepping on the ladder and holding onto one side of it with two hands, side by side. You're kind of standing in this ring of lit windows. As Twitch catches up to you, Drepix, what do you do?
It's tired yet?
No, you.
You're gonna have trouble keeping up with me.
I don't need to keep up with you.
We'll see about that.
Right on. I'll call that 6 seconds of conversation. I love it. So, Drepix, do you want to make your way? Oh, there he goes. He's climbing down, Twitch. He's leaving you in the dust. That's a double move. That's a triple move. He's adjacent to another ring of light. Drepix, same thing. You notice that the ring is not a ring. It's just a series of rectangular windows with light coming out of it as you wiggle your way in between Starla's legs. Excellent. All right. You hear the familiar popping, the hiss building up, but suddenly, Tarar, you get a blast of steam in your face, and it continues up the pipe as the steam comes showering up through the middle of the pipe, filling it with boiling hot water. So, hold on. Shit. Okay, I'm not really sure how I'm going to do this. I have a text edit pad with the rules for this trap. As soon as I go to the text edit pad, it starts typing this symbol repeatedly because I have to hold it down to talk. Is there a way I can not have the cursor but still see the text edit pad? Does anybody know?
I usually minimize my window, and then I have the Word document I need open on the other side. And then that way I can just click on the Chrome window, and then if I need to scroll on the text document, I can just use my roller pad on my mouse. So that might be a way, but I guess that depends on preference. Otherwise, you can create a handout in the journal section, and then just copy-paste that information directly onto the handout. Then that way it's always available in Roll20. That's actually how I store all my notes on my game now.
Yeah, I should probably have taken the time to do that. I can do this. Since the map is just a pipe, I can make my Chrome window a lot smaller and still see everything. Okay. So, Mark, I need a dexterity saving throw. This is, if it matters, since I think you're a barbarian, this is a trap that you can see. So I believe you get advantage on dex saves against traps you can see, I think at 7th level. I need the same dex save from Starla, Drepix, and Twitch.
Oh, sorry, that should be Tarar's.
Okay. Okay. You all succeeded. If you are within 10 feet of a door, awesome. 3 of you are, 1 of you is not. Twitch and Starla and Drepix, as soon as you hear the pop and the fizz and the steam shoots up, right before that happens, the doors all slide open. They open up The doors slide into the upward position, and you are able to quickly get inside a door. As the doors then slide closed, and the steam shoots up. So imagine the doors open a split second before the steam shoots up. The dex save is to determine whether or not you get inside the door before the steam shoots up. Twitch or Tarar, you are too far from the doors to be able to get inside one with a successful dexterity save. So your dexterity save basically just flattens you against the ladder, and you'll take less damage. But I also need a strength saving throw because you are not inside of a door.
Okay.
Did I manage to get my rat in?
Yeah, I'm going to say you grab the rat and pull it in, unless you want me to roll. You want to roll a save for the rat, you can.
I did.
Oh, 13. Hold on. Okay. So, no, Tarar is going to get that's actually a fail on the strength save. So, that's not a fail by 5 or more though. So, Tarar, you're going to fall 20 feet before you, so you can move yourself 20 feet as you grab the ladder again. And I will not half the damage for that dexterity save. So Tarar, you take 17 fire.
I'm resistant, even when I'm not
Okay.
raging.
Yeah, so you take 8 fire
Okay.
from the steam as it burns you, and you slide down the pipe a bit because it makes you lose your grip for a second. The rest of you made the save you made the save. There's fail options if you fail by more or less than 5. Okay.
Does my rat take 17?
Your rat did not succeed, so your rat takes half the damage. It failed by less than 5. Your rat got a 13, right? Yeah, that's a fail by less than 5. So it takes half damage.
I think it only had 6 points left, so
So basically,
Tarar, you see this like perfectly cooked rat corpse just
oh no,
fall.
no! If you hit 0 hit points, basically what Starla said a second ago is exactly what happens, unless you are too close to the bottom for it to happen. But Tarar, you don't see the rat. Twitch, it's your rat. So Ikreg, Surikith, and Tahak, you see the boiled rat corpse come flinging up out of the tube with the steam as it blasts the dead rat that's not gripping onto anything up out of the steam pipe. And as it flies into the air and lands on the mushy slush up
Can
above.
I give you a dex save to try to catch it?
You did not know it was coming, so no.
Well, it's gonna fall back down, right?
No. It got blown up and over a little bit with the breeze.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's a pretty narrow hole. It's not going to hit that hole on the way back down. Yeah, actually, nobody can see anybody anymore because you guys went inside the door. The only person that would be visible when they come out of the door will be Twitch. So if it was a movie, you might think they were all dead, and then you would see Twitch reappear and go, oh, well, at least Twitch is alive. So at this time, after the steam blows up, the doors open again, and they start to close slowly. So you can either stay in, you have a chance. It's a reaction, essentially. You can either stay in there, or you can move back out into the tunnel. It's up to you. And there's strategy to this. I tried to build this in a way that if you were safe, you could get down without taking any damage. Otherwise, if you're Tarar, and you just want to get down as fast as possible, you might take some damage. Twitch, do you want to stay in the tunnel or in the hole, or do you want to come out?
Well, if the steam's gone, I'm gonna come out.
Okay, so as soon as you step out, the door kind of creeps down slowly. It takes about 5 seconds for the door to close. It takes a split second for the door to open. It opens right before the steam, and then it closes, and you hear like a cranking, like a chain cranking on gears as the door closes. He's a doer, not a thinker. All right, so Dahak, you witness that rat come flying out. You look down over the edge after the steam blasts up to see if everybody's okay, and you see Twitch appear, like out of the side of the tube, on the ladder. And then a few seconds later, you see the light. You don't see the rings of light as first when you notice Twitch on the ladder, and then the lights come on again. So when you go in the rooms, I forgot to say that. When you go in the rooms and the door shut, the lights go out. So all you hear, what I was going for there is all you would hear is like the screams of your friends getting burnt with the steam, and you'd be in complete darkness. So you might have heard Tarar call out. But all the lights went out when you went inside that room, and then they come back on when the door closes. So Dahak, do you want to climb down now, or do you want to watch and see if they all get down? Or you don't know? You can only see Twitch right now.
Yeah, I see kind of a mechanic there about going into that little room, and I'm still quite leery of Gamork being able to fit into that space. So I'm gonna continue to wait up here. You could read later, but what I've been doing in the meantime is hitting on Circuit.
Nice. Wow. Okay. So Circuit's like trying to look down the tunnel, pay attention to what's going on, and Dahak's like, hey.
I'm trying to play the we could die card, so this might be our last time on Earth to make out.
He's really just mini-me humping Dr. Evil's leg.
Oh,
Wow. I wish Chris were here for the creepiness of it. Nice. Okay, hey Craig, do you want to follow them down now that you kind of see how things are working, or do you want to stay up there and see if they make it out alive?
well, that's what I was going to ask. How much did I see? Did I see Twitch go into the side of the wall and then pop out after?
Yeah, so you guys, I'm assuming, during your turns, you all used your action to continue looking down the tunnel. So you would have heard the familiar popping noise followed by the hiss, but then the hiss got exceptionally loud. So you moved your faces away right before the steam came up. But also at that moment, you would have seen the light ring, the ring of lights would have gone out. And you can still see because of your dark vision. So you would have saw Twitch basically vanish out of the tunnel. And then the steam, and then you would have moved your head and the steam would have come out. And when you looked back down, you would see Twitch cautiously climbing back up out onto the ladder. And then the ring of lights turning back on again.
Okay. Cool. I don't know. Did it take? I'm gonna ask it in a slightly metagamey way. You don't have to answer it though. Did it take an action to go in, or was that a reaction to sort of jump in the hole and then jump back?
It was a dex save.
You have your full turn of actions, so you can. To get in the door. Get in the door was a dex save. If you're within 10 feet of a door, is what I had said specifically to the players. So if you're not within 10 feet of a door, you get to make the dex save to resist the damage. But then I need a strength save to hold on to the ladder.
Okay.
Or not resist the damage. Essentially what you're doing is the first dex save is to see if you resist the damage if you succeed on the strength save. I didn't know how to word that any better. Because I don't want to just knock you off the ladder unless you hit 0 hit points. Then you fall.
Okay. I'm gonna go down, but I'm gonna make this a little easy on myself.
I was hoping you would.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast fly.
All right, so you have a fly speed of 60 feet. So you can use the move action to fly down 60 feet or less, whatever you so desire, and you do not need to be holding on to anything as long as you As long as you move on your turn, you're considered in movement. That's how fly speeds work. You don't have a hover speed, but you're not necessarily, since we're in initiative, you're not flying down 60 feet or 50 feet and stopping. You're in movement. This is what you're doing during your turn.
Okay.
If on your next turn you don't move at all, then I would say you fall, or you would have to move, because you can't not move.
Yeah. Then I'll make my way down to this point.
Okay.
Yeah. That way I'm close enough to a door if I jump in.
So Twitch, it's like Magneto style. Ikreg just kind of hovers his way down, upright, flying, comes eye level with you. Kind of toasty down here, huh?
I also realized that since I cast it at 4th level, cast it on another person. I'll cast it on Surikith as well.
Okay, Surikith, you also have a fly speed of 60 as long as concentration is maintained by Ikreg.
I figure I'll help her escape from...
Do with that as you will. You have a movement speed of 60 feet on your turn. So technically you can move 120 feet, because you could move and dash if you wanted to.
Okay.
All right, Ikreg, you have made people fly. Tarar, it is your turn.
I'm going to descend further.
All right, let me see your strength save. Wow, you are going to get to the bottom. Yep, that's a success.
What happened?
Look at Tarar. He's not having any trouble. Sliding down that ladder.
There could be like, pull this lever to stop Steve, and I'm still going.
So Tarar, let's do this. Hop over to the Brave New World channel with me real quick.
So you and Surikith can fly. What about Gamork?
Good question.
You got your girl, but not your ride.
No, I can't fly. Just Surikith and Ikreg.
Yeah, I can only cast it on one other person. And I had to listen to Dahak hit on Surikith for a while, so I kind of just was like, alright, I'm out of here.
I can climb at 30 feet and double move to the doorway and then do my saves to get inside.
Yeah, I figured since he had a climb speed, he would be alright.
Yeah. That's how I'm going to play it. I'm just going to double move to each door, roll the save, and get inside.
Have you guys found out how the safe way to get down yet?
You mean you have an additional way?
No, I just see how it's safe.
Oh yeah, just from seeing Twitch duck in and out from what we can see. We get the mechanic.
All right, so Tarar double moved down, and he can see a little bit more than anybody else. Let me. So Surikith, it's your turn, and you now feel weightless, like you can float.
I'm gonna like pirouette in the air and give like a very girlish laugh. And then I'm gonna start to fly over the tube and then descend, and I'm gonna look at the hawk and I'm gonna blow him a kiss as I vanish below the pipe.
Right on, Dahak. You see that forked tongue come out of her mouth as she blows you that kiss.
I'm
Waggling
gonna
in
float
the air.
down just to about where Ikreg is, and then I'm going to place my foot and my hand for purchase onto the ladder right there.
All right. So Surikith floats down and grabs onto the ladder. Starla, you had just come out of the tube, or out of that crouch space. For a large creature, you have to squeeze in that little room. It is big enough to fit, but you were definitely cramped in there. As a spider, it was probably a little easier. You just tucked your legs up and went in the hole. But now you can stretch your legs as you crawl back out into the pipe. Itsy bitsy spider went up the water pipe.
Okay, gonna double move.
All right.
I'll go ahead and stop there next to the next safe spot.
All right, Twitch. You crawl out of the room, and now it's suddenly crowded. You have Ikreg and Surikith flying down to you, and they're like, "Hey, what's up?"
I just call out, lazy! And I'm going to double move.
All right. Yes, you're just out of reach. I love it. I love the anxiety that comes with what might happen. You can't get to a door. Although it didn't seem to phase Tarar. He's fine. Drepix, it's your turn. You just crawled out of a little room. You're on the ladder, and you see Twitch gaining ground. Twitch is gaining on you.
He's not gaining. Hurry up, hurry up.
All right, so you dash down the side of that ladder, not willing to let caution go and just slide down as like Tarar, but you move quickly. Your nimble little feet and hands take you down that ladder quicker than almost as fast as a spider crawling down. So yeah, you make it to the next ring of light.
And I'm anticipating it opening if steam comes out.
Dang it! All right, pop fizz, but it does not build up and release the great vent of steam at this point. The hawk, you heard the familiar popping noise, but then a light hiss as no steam ejected out this time. You can glance down. You see your lover and Ikreg hanging on the ladder and floating at the edge of your vision, and now you feel alone.
Yeah, I'm basically waiting for that first room to be clear of people that I can get down to.
Gerard. All right, so you're waiting for some space because you know your creature can climb down that tunnel really fast.
Yes.
But now you're itching to get going. Do you want to ready an action? You can ready the dash action for when a space is clear, and then you would use your reaction to move.
I wouldn't need that reaction for the saving throws?
No, it's not a reaction for the saving throw.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll ready. I'm just gonna do my my dash double move to get down to that door.
No, you're readying your action. You're readying your action to take the dash action, so you will be able to move once as a reaction.
Then I'm just gonna wait.
You can ready an action, so you're gonna use the dash as your action, which is your creature's movement speed, one time since it has a climb speed, and it will use whatever you make the trigger. If you say you want, this area clear and then that will trigger your action, then that's when your action would occur.
Right, but I don't want to get stuck in the middle. I want to make it all the way to the door.
So what do you want your trigger to be? Well, what's your movement speed of your creature? I thought it was 40 feet.
No, it's 30. So I would
have to double check
the door.
You will make it here. Okay, so you're just going to delay?
Yeah, I'm just going to delay.
All right, Ikreg, you have a fly speed. Since no steam tried to shoot you out of the pipe, you can maintain concentration on your ability to fly.
Fly down here.
All right, so you fly down to the next circle of light.
Actually, I lied. I can double move now.
You can.
Fly down here.
You can do that too. All right, so you hover down 100 feet as you just kind of almost do a skydive, free fall down the pipe, but slow. And then and you move the extent of your range of flight. Tarar, you can see daylight ahead. Do you want to climb? Do you want to grip the pipe and climb down now, or do you want to continue to slide and fall?
Seeing the grate, I want to be a little bit careful on the landing so I don't maybe like fall through and rack myself or something, like through the bars.
You do have quite a bit of speed going on, yeah.
I will descend 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 to the bottom and hang off. And then I will sort of calculate my landing and just let go and land on the grate.
Excellent. Okay, so what I need from you is a stealth check as you fall on the grate as gracefully as you can.
I'm actually kind of stealthy for a big bear. Okay, normal. 17.
Excellent. Okay, so you, this is going to be fun for you. Tarar, I am going to move you to another map, separate from everyone else, and we may have to bounce into the other room again if you have questions. But let me know. Just type you have questions if you want in the chat, and then we'll bounce. But otherwise, you can just take in the scene and keep your thoughts to yourself. It's up to you. I'll let you role play it how you want. All right, so Mark, you should be able to kind of see where you're at. If you want to take it in, that's fine. Your stealth check was high enough to where anything that you might see doesn't see you. You landed quietly on the vent, and you seem unnoticed at the moment. Okay, you can do that.
And then I moved there.
Yeah, so that you had to use your action basically to climb off and dash, essentially over to that corner. Okay, fair enough. And I like the little additional ending you added to your sentence. Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna bounce myself to the other map so I can help these guys. We're gonna stay in initiative at the moment because we're still in a trap. And Tarar, you can do what you want on your initiative, however you choose. But you are now no longer on this.
Is there a way for me to be able to see on both maps since I'm controlling Zurich? Or I'll just tell you what I want.
Yeah, you know what? You would need to log in again, because the way to move somebody to another map is I drag your name from the bottom screen to the other map.
Okay, no problem. I'll just let you know what I want.
Yeah, well, I can move you back and forth. So for now, since Surikith is next, actually she's right after you.
She's going to be ultra conservative and safe, as her ladylike nature would entail. She's just going to move down to the next set of lights.
Okay.
Go down and then grab purchase again onto the ladder, and then that's her full movement turn.
All right, I will put her adjacent to the next set of doors, because if I double moved her, I think she would be more than 10 feet away from the next set of doors. So she's going to be conservative and fly just next to the door. Actually, she might be able to get 5 feet up. Would you want her to double move, or is it in her nature to just glide down casually?
Chris usually plays her pretty laissez-faire and kind of not really like putting herself out there in danger, always standing in the back. So seeing all the steam, she's gonna float down. She's just gonna do everything carefully.
Okay, fair enough. I will single move her then, just to not take any chances.
Yeah, so I think it's 55 feet down to the next one from where she's at.
Yeah, and 55 and 50 is 10. So she would have enough to get in the crowd, even with 10 feet left over. So
Okay.
I'm gonna move her here.
Okay.
So she made it down 2 sets of lights. Twitch, it is your turn.
So Twitch is gritting his teeth as he sees Suriketh pass him, leaving him. The party's left him behind again.
Except for Dahak, he's still up there.
Oh well, yeah.
He's glancing down.
So he is just like furiously trying to move faster.
All right, I see Twitch is just huffing and puffing.
Leave me
Climbing down that
behind,
ladder.
will they? They will pay. They will feel the pain.
All right, Drepix.
Where are you at? That you're gonna keep up.
I said I don't need to. Oh, forget it.
Okay. Drepix, is that all your? That's your 3 moves.
That's my 3 moves.
Yes! Alright. Even Tarar, you actually see it now because where you're standing, next to you there is a big, large glass window on the side of this giant cauldron in the center of the room. And the liquid inside starts to boil and bubble. And at the top of it, it starts to kind of bubble over, and you see this oozy greenish liquid kind of dribble out the sides of the pot, the pipe, and onto the floor below. And then it shoots a giant blast of steam up the pipe, like a geyser, releasing the pressure from inside the cauldron. So I need the dexterity saves from everybody except Dahak and Tarar. So there's Starla's, Drepix, Ikred. You guys are all so good. Except for Twitch.
No, Twitch is the best.
And Surikith. Okay. So everybody succeeded except for except for Twitch. It's a pretty high freaking DC too. You guys are on fire tonight. Oh wait, Starla, you did not succeed. Sorry. Yeah, I was looking to see the DC. It's DC 17. I was like, I thought I made it suitably difficult. Unless you have advantage, but I don't think you do. So Starla, you do make it inside the door, mostly. Part of your body, as you're trying to squeeze in the door, is still sticking out, which causes the door to jam and not close before the steam completely passes you by. So you're halfway basically in the door. So since you failed by less than 5, you do take half damage from the steam. Drepix, you get inside. And Twitch, you do not make it inside. Well, let's see. You rolled an 11. That's a fail by more than 5.
Twitch has been going all out, and now he's tired, and he can't climb back up.
You just passed a set of doors, and all of a sudden, you can just for a split second before you see the steam rushing up the pipe, and you have that oh shit moment, like you try to reach your hand up and grab the door to pull yourself up, and it's just out of reach as the steam washes over your body. Surakith, you succeed, so you get to make it inside. Ikreg, you succeed. You get into the little doorway next to Surakith. But Twitch is left on the ladder. So I'll roll the damage, and then Starla, you get to half it. Yes, it goes up 2d4 each time the steam happens. So it is 21 damage to Twitch and 10 damage to Starla. Hawk, you don't see anything. As you look down, you hear the popping and the fizz, and all of a sudden the steam blasts up out of the pipe. You move your face away just in time. As you look back down again, you don't see Twitch anymore. You just heard the howl of pain from Twitch as it almost got ejected from the pipe with the steam. You hear the sound of his cry.
Okay, so now that I see that first doorway is clear, I'm going to make my way down to it, double moving.
All right, so your creature is just kind of sticky footing it down the side of the pipe, holding on to both the ladder and the side of the wall, kind of at the same time, making your way down as you double move, holding on tight as you're going vertical while on a mount. So you have your arms and legs wrapped tightly around Gamork's neck as you crawl down. All right, Ikreg, you can start. You don't start inside the door. It's not 5 feet to get out. You just step out. So you can start there. Ikreg, I can't hear you. So do you have enough movement to make it all the way down?
Sorry, I forgot that I put my mic on mute. Yes, I'm gonna double move, fly down to Terrar.
Okay, so at 100, yeah, you were 100.
Because I was at 150.
Yep. Okay, so as you get to the edge of the pipe, do you want to? You don't see Terrar. As you get to the edge, when you're about here, I'll give you that description. That you see the grate about 10 feet below the pipe. Since you're hovering, you can kind of peer out below the pipe, and you see the chains holding the grate to the wall up above. You do not see Terrar. As you stick your head down, you look around, you actually see him hiding against a wall about 15 feet from the grate. 10 to 15 feet away.
You notice that I'm peeking around a corner with my morning star out, licking my lips.
Yep. So I guess at the end of the pipe, you would still have about 20 feet of movement left. You could continue to fly and land right next to Terrar if you want.
I will do that. Before I do, I'm going to look up and I'm going to signal to the people above that they're quiet, because there might be people below us.
So, since you said the magic word, quiet, when you fly out of that pipe, I still need a stealth check as you land next to Terrar. So you realize that it might be risky to fly out of the pipe and something catch sight of you. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'll make the stealth check.
You'll do what?
I'll make the stealth check.
Okay, perfect.
Here's hoping.
Give me the risk.
Oh, natural 20.
All right, so you land without a sound. You fly out of that pipe. You kind of put your fingers to your lips and purse your lips up to Starla and Drepix, who is just climbing out of the hole up above you. They can still see you. They see your hush moment as you land next to Tarar. Tarar, you don't even notice that Ikreg is there unless Ikreg taps on your shoulder.
No, I'll let it be a surprise.
Or, sorry, I was not pressing the button. I'm going to move you to the other map and put your token there. Where are you? Ikreg.
Oh my god, a dragon! I actually don't even see my token.
Okay, so you should see your token now.
Yes.
It's in the bottom right-hand corner, and you are basically right there next to Tarar, peering around the corner. I didn't put any vision blocking on this, again, actually, for just running out of time reasons. I wanted to, because I was going to make each of these pillars block line of sight. But
okay.
Just keep in mind that you can only see your cone of vision. You can see this thing up here.
When I fly down, now that I get a look at the room, can I just be on the other corner instead to sort of like get
you can.
bangled? Okay.
So you fly down, you see Tarar, and you look up and you tell everybody to hush, and then you fly to the opposite corner and land without a sound.
Cool.
Yeah, that's fine. Tarar, it's your turn. I have to say, what would Tarar do?
Damn it. I look over at Ikreg, and my body is shaking with anticipation, and I have a huge smile on my face, but I wait. I'm going to prepare an action to attack any sort of enemy that comes within melee range of me, and that's my...
Okay, I'm also going to allow, since you are kind of delaying, can you give me a perception check?
Okay. Okay, normal, perception, 21. Holy shit.
Wow, nice. Okay, so you actually hear, from deeper in the room, you hear the sounds of cranks turning, gears. You hear more steam venting from within the room, and you hear the excited chatter of gnomes. Basically, whistle while they work kind of mentality, except these are machinists. They're working with oils and gears and wrenches, and so you can hear the clanging of metal on metal, and you hear them kind of excitedly talking amongst themselves about what's going on. Do you speak Gnomish, either you or Ikreg?
I do not.
I do not.
Okay, so you just hear the excited cackle of voices. To you, it's almost an irritating noise. It's too high-pitched. It sounds like little girls arguing in a schoolyard.
It almost sounds like the sizzling of bacon ready to eat.
Nice. Wow. Okay.
Their excitement is rubbing off on me. I was really hoping for a 2 when I rolled that 1d2.
So, Surikith, you are also 100 feet from the end of the pipe. So you have a total movement speed of 120. You could do basically the same thing that Ikreg just did if you would so wish.
I would like to move to the next set of lights as Ikreg gave the signal to be quiet that there was people. She's going to hover down to the next set, and oh man, this is tough. I really don't know what Chris would do in this situation. So I'm just going to say that she's going to go to the next set of light rings further down, closest to the mouth of the pipe, and end her turn there.
Okay, so that's basically half her movement. She would get, because the last set of lights is 50 feet from the end of the pipe.
Okay. Yeah.
So the only other option you would have is to exit the pipe and give me a stealth check. If you do this option, you're right next to a door.
You know what? No, she doesn't want to get blamed by Steve. She's going to try to get out of there.
Okay. So
she's
she has enough movement to get down to where either Tarar and Ikreg are. And safely by flying. She just needs to give me that stealth roll to not cause anything to notice her as she flies out.
Perfect. She's wearing a chain shirt, so she has no disadvantage. And here's her. Oh, damn.
Okay, so Ikreg, I was waiting for this trigger to answer your question that you whispered to me. The answer to your question is now yes. Because initiative was triggered in the second room. So I am going to basically add new things to initiative, and the reason being is twofold. One, stealth is broken, and two, Dahak is just now entering the pipe. So I need to use the same initiative because Dahak could burn and die before he actually gets down to the bottom of the pipe.
Wait, what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't repeat myself.
Ken has openly declared that he's going to kill you.
You waited too long, buddy. Everybody else is going to be in a really super hard fight without you, and you're going to have like 5 hit points when you get to the bottom.
I've already accepted my death.
Yeah, it's inevitable. I was going to do 2 separate initiatives, but only if you all went down kind of as a group and as a team. You guys kind of split the party, so we're going to act on 1 initiative for everyone. I don't know how I'm going to do this, though. Shit. How am I going to do this? Because I got to add things to another map.
We can run it as 2 separate initiatives, so whoever's on this map gets added to this.
Will it let me? I don't think it'll let me have 2 initiatives up at the same time.
No, so what's going to happen is that you're going to roll for initiative. The people on the tunnel map are not going to be able to see the initiative of the monsters that we're going to fight on this page. And because we can't see our initiatives from that other page since we rolled initiative on that page. If you have us roll initiative again on this page, you're going to see like 3 or 4 tokens of the same initiative on each one, and it gets...
Okay, so I don't want to do that. So I'll go with this. If you guys can't... So just don't assume you're next. Let me say who's next, because you might not see who's next based on that. So let me go to the other page and roll initiative for those things, and then we'll pick up with... I'll place Surakith on this other map.
You just got to handle it like you have things on a GM layer that nobody can see on the initiative trackers.
So you do have enough movement, Surakith, to place yourself pretty much anywhere behind this pillar. But as you came down and flew out of the tunnel, it's not that you made much noise. What you notice is this thing here, for Mark, Ikreg, well, for Mark and Connor, essentially. You're the only ones that can see it. If you want to zoom in and look at it, you can see it a little bit better. I found the perfect image for it because that's what it is. It is a mechanical crossbow on a swivel and wheels. So the wheels, imagine 3 wheels, 2 wheels in the front, 1 wheel in the back. The wheel in the back allows it to swivel, and the 3 wheels together allow it to move on the ground. Currently, it was just slowly circling. It was just slowly going in a circle. As Starla flew out, it just happened to be glancing in your direction. And,
Surakith, not Starla.
Sorry, yeah, Surakith. I keep saying Starla because from a distance, it looks like. All right. It's little. It looks like a skull of a wyvern or something on the front of it, and the eyes of it glow with a greenish light as you hear the turn of a crank, and the crossbow bolt, where the crossbow string starts getting pulled back, and a bolt kind of settles in place from a mechanical magazine on the side of it.
Now, this cauldron pipe that's going down that's attached to this tubes, you said that's about 10 feet up, and there's like... So this is sticking 10 feet up?
Yes, the grate itself is 10 feet off the ground. The top of the cauldron is 5 feet off the ground.
Okay.
And then
she's
that way
going
the pipe is another 5 feet. So the pipe actually begins 15 feet off the ground. And when that cauldron releases its steam, it basically fills this whole room with steam. It just doesn't burn you unless you're in the pipe.
Okay, she's gonna fly. She's gonna see the thing turn, see her, and she's gonna like backflip in the air and then fly down to the backside of the pipe here and kind of lean up against it.
Okay. Yeah, the way the mechanics of the whole thing works is the pipe actually sucks. That's what the door's opening does. It sucks in air and forces the steam to go up the pipe and not fill the room. But for a split second, it comes out of the cauldron and kind of fills this room and then gets sucked up the pipe. That's how I imagined it in my head. So let me roll initiative for these guys.
Can somebody tell me Sir Kith's initiative?
16.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Awesome. Nobody else was in tied here. Let me see. Yeah, looks like initiative is good. And Surakith just had her turn. She's going to land behind the cauldron, right? Okay, so
Yes.
she lands behind the cauldron. The crossbow thing draws a crossbow bolt back and is going to release it. A lancing bolt shoots forth from the crossbow with a spark attached to the end of it. It smacks the side of the cauldron right here, and each creature within 20 feet of that point, including Surkith, because it just basically fills the room with explosion, gives me a dexterity saving throw.
Is this something I have advantage on as to Rar or no?
You do
Percent
because
give it.
it's asking you to make a dex save from an attack you can see.
Okay.
So yeah, it still counts for the barbarian thing.
Ken, I just want to say that these are like one of my favorite monsters ever.
I am, when I found the clockwork shit, that's what inspired me to write this entire campaign the way I did. So I was waiting for you guys to get inside the Gnome Fortress because I was very much excited about running clockwork shit because that's what you guys are up against. So I hope you'll have fun with it. I really wanted to do a steampunk thing. Stop it, Dylan. Hey, you can't count that. Damn it. Don't count that one either. Dylan and I started a swear jar, so you guys need to not let me swear, please. I said like 3 swear words in a row. Anyway, okay, so I think those are all fails. Nobody beat a 15. Oh, Tarar did. So it is fire damage. So Tarar, you're resistant. So you're going to quarter this. The other Ikreg and Surikith, you're going to take the full amount.
Oh. Too bad.
Awesome roll, DM. Look at that, 3 1s. So yeah, Tarar, you're going to take 2 points of fire, and Ikreg and Surikith, you're going to take 9. Tarar, Surikith, and
Oh, I gotta make a concentration check.
oh,
Sorry.
you do.
I didn't mean to
You
interrupt.
still have fly. You still have fly if you want it. The 3 of you in the boiler room, you do hear the chatter sound of alert. The gnomes themselves are basically kind of sounding an alarm, essentially yelling to each other, like wondering why the crossbow went off and exploded down by the boiler. If you knew what they were saying, that's basically what they're saying. And then you hear a crank start turning. So you just hear, from your roleplay perspective, you just hear them.
Charlie Brown.
Yeah, that's what you.
Wah, wah, wah.
To Tarar, they're just going, eat me, eat me, eat me, eat me, eat me.
Grab me, put me in your mouth.
Also, I got a 21 on my save, so me and Surikith.
Yeah, I saw that. I said that you were still you still have your fly ability if you wanted. You can end it as a free action whenever you want, but yeah, you still have it. Okay, Starla, it is your turn as you crawl out of the pipe that you were kind of half blocking as the door tried to close. Now it closes the rest of the way. You heard the explosion go off at the bottom of the pipe, by the way. You would have heard that. And you would have seen what looked like a ball of fire explode at the bottom of the pipe.
So I have 10 more feet. I'm not sure if I can get out of the pipe and join them, or...
You can. The grate is exactly about 5-6 feet or so from the end of the ladder. So you can kind of just drop onto the grate, and I will move you. Yeah, put Starla. We'll put her here so I can copy and paste you. Starla, I basically put you on top of the grate. However much movement you have left, you can react from there. You would have landed on top of that grate. The grate itself is a bit hot, but not hot enough to burn you as you land on it. And you see Tarar, Surikith, and Ikreg kind of around the room, that the walls of which are now kind of charred a bit from the explosion. And you do see the large crossbow on wheels with a dragon face up above in the center of that room up there.
Okay, I'm just going to move 10 feet to the side.
By the way, this room is brightly lit, so you can see all details if it's in your line of sight anyway. There's no darkness in this room at all.
Did you skip a stone defender?
I didn't skip him. They're doing something on their turn. They're just not moving.
Okay.
Twitch, it's your turn.
Twitch is gonna move. He's gonna double move while holding in his screen.
Look at that. You are within 10 feet of a door. You can do the dex save. Hopefully you make it this time if the steam goes off. Drepix, it's your turn. You can start here, outside of the door. and then you can tell me if you can you make it all the way down, or are you going to make it right to the end? You're going to make it right to the end. Okay, so from there you can see the grate at the bottom. You would have just seen Starla in spider form drop onto the grate and kind of scurry off to the side. So the grate is clear. You can still sense the heat coming off of the grate. You are not sure if it would burn you or not if you landed on it. All right, so rounding the corner from up above, Starla, Tarar, Zerkith, you're kind of behind the cauldron, so you wouldn't get a clear view of the gnome because he's so small. He's only 3 feet tall. But Ikreg, you can clearly see him on the other side of that pillar. He's got some cover from you. But you see him. He moved. Did I move? I single moved to get here. Okay, so I can move again. He moves up here. Does anybody currently now, Starla, or Starla, do you speak Gnomish? Did you put that up there? You do, don't you? You speak Gnomish?
I don't believe I do.
Drepix.
Oh, no, that was Dahak. I think it's just Dahak. Dahak and Drepix are the ones that speak Gnomish. Okay, so you don't make out what they're saying, or what he's saying, but again, it sounds kind of like an alert. He is going to he's going to cast. Where's my character sheet? All right, so he casts blur on himself, making himself blurry as he draws basically a big wrench out of his. He has a big wrench in his hand as his weapon. He does not have a pick, a war pick. Alright, he double moves to get there, crossing behind or just in front of the crossbow, and we get to the steam pipe's turn. This will be a lot easier when I can make my screen bigger again. I'm sorry, I have to kind of keep scrolling the map side to side in order to get to the things in initiative to see whose turn it is. So that's why it's taking me a little longer to get to everybody's turn. One of these days I'll have 3 monitors like David, and this will all be elementary. Awesome. All right, I need a dexterity save from Drepix, Twitch, and Dahak. No, Twitch! Shit! Alright, Twitch, that is an outright failure, so you do not make it inside the door. You'll take all the damages. Dahak and Drepix, you succeed, although Dahak, you should not have rolled with advantage, but that's okay.
Yeah.
We'll take your 25. I feel so bad. I've killed Twitch too many times. Alright, so I'm gonna
I already told you, I accepted my fate and I know exactly how I want it to happen.
Drepix, you have to fall out of the. You have to fall out of the. You have to drop off the ladder and basically roll next to the cauldron to get out, because there is no door for you.
I was about to say my evasion. I would even with the half. I wouldn't take any damage.
Yeah, that's true. You would have flattened yourself against the wall and not taken it. Well, no, this one's different because it has a fail by so much more. So if you fail by 5 or less than 5, then you would take no damage. If you failed by more than 5, I would make you take half because of the mechanic of this particular saving throw. But in this case, you succeeded by a lot. So you can roll out of the way of damage completely, and I will put you on the other map.
He takes out a water skin and he dumps cold water on his body and fights off the.
Time slows down as I notice the steam seeping in, so I choose to release and drop to the floor.
He can see the molecules.
To that room and quick roll back 7 or 9 94. So now it's 11d4. Goes up 2d4 every time the steam. So Twitch, you have to take 23 fire damage.
Twitch is down.
At which time you would fall. If you're unconscious, you have to fall off the ladder.
120 feet. 120 feet.
Correct. 120 feet to the top of the grate. Doesn't matter how much damage you take. Well, I guess if it's more than your maximum amount, then you
Give it
wouldn't
to me.
Just so I'm clear, it's d6 for every 10 feet, so there should be 12 d6 bludgeoning.
Yep, that's correct. I am alive by 1.
Oh my god! Okay, so basically you took damage at 0, so you have 2 failed death saves.
So Twitch,
Right?
so you guys are just like fighting, and then you just hear this.
It's 1 because you didn't take a damage from a melee attack. You took damage from falling, so it's 1 failed death save. And then you're basically stable at 0. I mean, not stable. You're not stable, but you're at 0 health. And I will put you on the other map, unconscious and dying as you are.
Good news, I made it down.
The best part about this is it's like the frickin' Hulk landing on the bridge in Thor Ragnarok.
Where its banner dies and then Twitch is going to resurrect as somebody
He's
stronger.
just gonna stand up after he gets healed and just wreck face. This could be amazing.
By the way, thank you, David, for waiting like 5 turns to go down the hole to make this switching back and forth from map to map as painful as humanly possible.
You're welcome.
All right, the steam pipe has had its turn. It killed Twitch. So you guys. So interestingly enough, if everybody went down the pipe together and got on the pipe without falling, you guys would have gotten a surprise round. That was how I planned this out. Since you all went down separately, I added the stealth mechanic to still allow you a chance to have the surprise round if everybody managed to get down without making any noise. So that was fun little tidbit on encounter creation. But we failed stealth, so that's fine. However, if somebody had fallen, that was the other. So, harkening back to when you guys were like, "Let's throw the rat in." Had you thrown the rat in, and the rat would have hit the grate and bounced and made noise, they would have set an ambush. I would have set an ambush to have everything basically as a choke point, ready to blast that frickin' pipe with fire as soon as you appeared, and I would have had the surprise round. But you guys didn't toss the rat in, and if somebody had hit 0 hit points and dropped down and hit the grate, I would have also set up the ambush. That was the scary part of the trap. But there was no ambush. So. Redraw the pipe on this screen.
So you could just have a bar at the bottom and just show them getting closer.
Oh, I think Dahak's going to be double moving and getting down. It'll be fine. I think Dahak's just going to miss the first couple turns of initiative. That's all.
Okay.
Speaking of what's going to happen after everybody's on this map, when I move the players to this map, Mark, what did you say they won't see?
We're not going to be able to see what our initiatives are on this turn order. Only you can see them all. So currently, everybody on this map, the actual battle map with the gnome, can only see the gnome and construct initiatives on the turn order.
Okay.
Hey, Ken.
Yes.
I have an idea.
What?
Just run me through all by myself, and then if it takes 4 rounds, I wait for 4 rounds while everyone fights.
Oh, no, that's a good idea, but I think it'll be fine. I think it'll move pretty fast. Once everything starts moving, actually, it'll move really fast once I can go full screen again. I only need the text file open to remind me what the saves are for you. But I can manage that. But it's your turn. So what would you like to do, Dahak? I assume you're going to move to the next door, or you want to just try to...
Move to the next one.
Okay, so let's see. What is your double move? You can double move how many feet?
60 feet.
So you're going to basically be moving 50 feet at a time?
Yep.
Actually, you can move 60 feet. As long as you're within 10 feet of a door, you can scramble into a door.
Okay. I've already moved.
Oh, I can't wait to play this guy. I'm so excited. Okay, where is this character? He is here. He is here. Alright, so something, you hear the chanting of magical words in a language you don't understand, and something cast a spell up in the room ahead and took some movement. Ikreg, it's your turn. I think you might be muted still, Ikreg.
Yeah, you're right. I was talking about how I should have given Ikreg a Boston accent, but that joke is dead and gone on the wind, so it's all good. I keep forgetting that my mic has a mute button. Let's see.
Oh no, I think you need to totally do Goodwill Hunting Boston accents now for the rest of the campaign for Ikreg. Definitely
Boston accent for Ikreg?
Yes, perfect!
Let's see, what do I want to do?
You can see those gnomes moving up with their... Well, this one has turned blurry to put you in the scene a little bit. Peeking around the corner, you would be able to see this guy running up behind. He's pulling a wrench, a big giant wrench out of his belt too, and kind of charging forth. He did not make himself blurry.
I think I'm gonna try out my new spell that sounds really cool. And it just specifies creature, so I think it'll work on constructs as well. I'm gonna cast Sickening Radiant, which has a 30-foot radius sphere centered on a point. Where do I want that point be?
It has a range of 30 feet, so wouldn't it touch you?
It's not self.
It says range. The range on the spell here is 30 feet, and it says 30-foot radius sphere. Unless this range is wrong on the card you posted.
You know what? Let me double check that. Yeah, that would suck. Pull it up on Danatharos. If it has a range of 30 feet, I will not cast this.
According to the one I found, it says 120 feet.
Yeah, I'm guessing that the range is wrong on the card.
Let's see. Sickening Radiance, a range of 120 feet. Yeah, I put that in wrong. So I'm going to cast it. Since it has a range of 120 feet, I'll cast it with the point being... Let me snap this. I guess block that. How far can I see? I will move up so that I can see a little bit further around as well. That way I can actually get it around a corner and not have to worry about blocking this. But if I cast it, like, say, at the corner here at the back of the wall, get 30 feet.
Yeah, you can do that. So
Okay.
basically, I would just say I'm going to draw a 30-foot circle.
Yeah. And then, on the start of their turn, any creature inside that radius needs to give me a con save.
Yeah, Greg just went full Chernobyl.
That's what I'm trying.
There's a meltdown in Boiler Room B.
That's kind of how I imagine this too, is like this radiation, sickly green radiation filled air that just burns through the skin.
Come on, keep drawing that arrow, whoever was doing that. That was helping me. From bottom to top. That's okay.
Green.
Okay, perfect. I wanted to make that. That should be 60-foot. 30-foot radius is a 60-foot across diameter. So that's...
And then I wanted it right here at this center.
like that?
Down a little bit more to cover... Actually, no, that right there. Perfect.
Yep, I see what you're doing. Okay. Yeah, that'll hit all the things. It spreads around corners. It lasts until the spell ends.
So when I cast
is it not concentration?
It is concentration, so I lose fly.
Okay, so you and Surakith can't fly anymore.
Yes. And when I cast it, this thickly green energy will radiate around, and on their turn, it's gonna hopefully suck for them.
Okay, so on the beginning of their turns, they have to make a con save or take 4d10 radiant and suffer 1 level of exhaustion.
Which
And
I
it
believe...
emits a dim green light.
Yeah, so if anything's invisible, it will show that it'll emanate that light.
Does it? Oh, wow.
I believe the exhaustion stacks too, but it all goes away when the spell ends.
Okay, but essentially, 6 levels of exhaustion is death. So if you keep something in this thing's radius for 6 turns, you kill it, no matter how much damage or hit points it has. That's fucking amazing.
I really love it.
Yeah. Okay. So
That's
sickening
like 50
radiance.
grads a minute.
Yeah. Basically, Ikreg just made a huge green cloud of smoke that makes everything cough. And now this is when a creature, so nobody can move into this zone.
Yeah, I'm hoping to have it get the first few things, enemies for a couple rounds, and then get rid of it.
Gotcha.
Kind of my goal here.
Terrar, peeking around the corner. Starla, you basically see a big cloud of green, sickening gas form in front of Ikreg, and you hear the coughing and choking of the gnomes in the gas. The crossbow thing does not cough and choke. It just starts to corrode.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if constructs weren't considered creature. But
No, everything is a creature type. So if it affects a creature, it affects anything unless it's an inanimate object. That's why creature's pretty broad. But I like it. It makes sense. So you're corroding the crossbow thing with your sickening spell. Terrar. Ikreg has filled the air with toxic fumes. His fart outdid your fart by a lot.
I peek around the corner and I rage because he just poisoned my food. 10, 15, 20, 25, and I'm gonna Spartan kick this little gnome further into the gas cloud with a shove action.
Very nice. All right, that's a contested strength check, isn't it?
Yes, and I get
And
advantage.
you're raging, so you.
Oh, here's a question.
He's blurry.
He's blurred, so I'd only be at normal.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a normal one. No advantage.
Okay, and this is going to be athletics at normal. 14.
Dude, the little gnome just puts up his wrench and bats your arm away as you go to shove him, and kind of push it. You turn to the side a little bit as your shoulder comes at him, and he just ducks as you take a step back and get your footing again. As this little guy basically just knocked you off balance and stood his ground.
I burn him for 3 fire.
He takes the 3 fire.
Because I'm a petty bitch. It does the end of my turn.
I love it. I burn him for 3 fire. Suck it. Alright. Circuit, it's your turn.
Surikith would like to try to pull Twitch off of the steam vent.
Circuit can do that. Twitch is not resisting.
Okay, I'm going to drag him off.
Light
I'm
enough
going
to pull him off, no problem.
I'm going to gently cradle him. And I'm going to use Healing Word, and I'm going to whisper in his ear, do something useful.
I will say he smells delicious.
He's awake with 7.
Alright, Twitch, you have been dragged onto the ground. Your ear is a little bit tickled by the serpent's tongue as it whispers in your ear to do something. As you awaken, gasping for breath, prone laying on the ground next to Circuit.
No one puts Twitch in the corner.
And Surkith is going to stay there behind the pipe.
He fails, so that's...
So do your radiant damage to the bolter, and it suffers from 1 level of exhaustion. I'm going to have to find some kind of mark I can put on it. Let's see.
And it's 23 radiant damage.
This is a pretty amazing spell, by the way.
I really like it, yeah. I was very excited. He also has a green light that starts emanating from him as these green fumes corrode into its metallic armor.
All right, so I gave him a glow, and I put one of those symbols that looks like a tired person, I guess, on him. Just make the 1 level of exhaustion. I think I can press a number next to one of the symbols that I add, and it'll add a number. So I'll do that to track levels of exhaustion. I think this thing has a movement speed. It does. So it is not going to end its turn in this cloud. Ikreg is going to force me to have the entire battle in this tiny little space of the huge, awesome map that I spent $5 to buy. I love it.
Oh. Sorry.
That's okay. It usually happens when initiative is rolled at one end of a room and everything is at the other end of the room, that you guys, the players, all huddle by the door and do their shit, and then I have to make the enemies come to you. That always happens. I don't know how to avoid that.
Tilting floor that angles towards the enemies.
So it's going to move there, and it's going to rotate. Did I say a bad word? What did I say? Oh shoot! It's going to turn on its wheels towards Terrar, and it's going to attack Terrar. It has this ability, and it's going to do a Lancing Bolt melee attack. Lancing Bolt can be melee or ranged. I don't know why. So I gave it a description of that. A bolt jabs out from the crossbow instead of being launched. So does a 20 hit you, Terrar?
A 20 will hit me.
So it does that much damage, and it can do it again. So it using the same bolt, it basically just draws it back and jabs it forward again.
Oh, and it's coming out of the wyvern mouth like an alien?
Yes!
Oh, that's fantastic.
Does a 15 hit you?
I believe 15 is the magic number. It is.
Alright, so you are raging, so you're going to take half of this piercing, so that's 9 and 7. So a total of 16 points of piercing damage as it jabs at you twice with like a spear that comes out of the front of this wyvern skull. Oh wait, I didn't take the damage. Oh, you didn't... Ikreg, that's 23 damage I was supposed to take.
Ooh. Yeah, we don't see their health bars anymore, so I didn't know. Yeah, that 23, that'll hurt.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage against this guy. Oh yeah. Okay. Alright. I am moving to this dude.
Con
Who
save.
He is going to give you a con save.
Oh, he fails too. Yes! I'm so happy about that. 24 damage.
This is radiant damage, right?
It is radiant damage, yes.
I have no resistance to radiant damage. Okay, so I'm going to take that damages and give myself a level of exhaustion.
And I think on a success, I don't know if they take any damage at all.
I think they take no.
Yeah, no, it's either they fail and take damage and get the exhaustion, but if they succeed, nothing happens.
Yeah, I think that's probably what balances the strength of the spell. And the fact that you can't move the zone. If you could move the zone, that would be amazing. Let's see, they have a speed of 30 feet, so he wants to get the hell out of the zone because it's corroding him. And so they're indistinguishable from the walls until they move. So you have forced him to move. So if anybody was up there to see, they would see the walls. I was going to describe this, and since you're not going to be able to see it, I'll have to just give you the description. Essentially, they have two giant shields, one in each arm, and the shields blend in with the decoration of the walls. So when they stand against the walls and they hold the shields in front of themselves, they look just like the wall. But basically, the wall would come out like a transformer beginning to transform, and the two shields would separate and show you the body of the statue robot mecha guy inside or behind the shields. All right, he is going to move across the cloud just outside of it and stand in front of his ally. Starla, it's your turn.
And I think I'm going to shoot a web at this gnome in front of Tara. Did you say he was blurred?
He is blurry, so attacks against him have disadvantage.
It's 14.
14 is a miss by 1. I think their armor's 15. Let me check. They have the same stats as the ones you guys fought outside.
Okay.
Yes, they have a 15 AC.
I am going to be on the wall.
They do not have. They are basically the same as the ones you guys fought outside, except they have less hit points and they don't have a poison dart attack. They have something else. All right, so you're going to climb up the side of the wall?
Yes.
Okay, so as you notice, you start to climb up the side of the wall. The ceiling in here is 30 feet high, so the walls are 30 feet up. So you can do with that information as you'd like. So that means these pillars are also floor to ceiling. They're 30 feet high. All right, here's another con save, Connor.
The magic number is 14.
These guys have a high constitution as well, and I'm just not rolling well. Okay, so he's going to take... Jesus, you just roll higher and higher every time! He can't get out of the cloud in his movement unless I double move. I guess I'm going to go ahead and double move because I don't want these guys to corrode. So he double moves right up to you. So just imagine this guy. He's about the size of a man. He's a little bit shorter. They're stocky, almost like about 5 feet tall. Very broad-shouldered, mechanical monstrosities or constructs. They have these two giant shields. Then the shields are made out of a metallic, like the same metal that the tube was made out of. And steam is coming out of them as they move, and you can hear their gears turning and clockworks ticking as they move forward very animatedly. Twitch, you are conscious and prone next to the snake girl who just revived you.
So Twitch is going to spend half of his movement to get up. And he now has 3 black lines on his back.
He got grilled.
You got some broken roads, bro.
He got grilled. I love it. Oh no. Oh no. Shit. I have 2 guys in a line.
Lightning bolt!
I saw it coming. As soon as you moved there, I was like, oh no, this is not a good... If this was chess, I just got checkmated. Dylan, don't you dare. Just go to bed and don't pay attention to me cussing. Go to bed.
Oh my god, that damage.
Holy cow.
I get a pass during D&D games. Well, it's a weekend. I don't care if I'm keeping you awake.
Stop. Shit. Balls, asshole.
I need to give you dexterity saves for things that don't have a high dexterity. This should be awesome.
I'm also going to empower that spell so I can reroll 2 dice.
Okay, and why? You just pick 2, or that you can reroll 1s and 2s?
He just picks 2.
Oh, okay.
I'm just picking the 2 lowest and I get to reroll them.
So you're turning 3 into 6. So you're going to add 3 more points of damage to that 32.
And that one counts as 2.
So that's a 36. 36 damage, and no wild magic. Okay. Let's do my saves. We'll start with the dude in the front.
Very close, but that is a fail.
That makes me very, very sad, Twitch. I just want you to know. You fried that guy. He had about 28 hit points remaining, and you just incinerated him with lightning. The gnome machinist in the back. Here's his dex save. So he saves. So he's going to take half that damage, which we decided was 36, right? Or 37?
It's 37.
Oh, well, it's 36 and a half anyway. 18. So he's going to take 18.
So I completely fried the robot.
Yes, and the gnome machinist that's behind him is basically blackened and charred and holding on to life with just a thread of will. His hair is standing up on end. His eyes have sunken in the back of his head. He looks like he's about to fall over dead as well. He barely
take that.
dodged. If that lightning bolt had hit him square on, you would have straight up killed him outright.
I go, take that. Oh wait, Tarar likes them rare.
Alright, Trepix. What have you got after watching Twitch just incinerate these things? Saving Ikreg's frickin' hide because I moved that thing up to Ikreg to break his concentration, and Twitch said nope.
Drepix is gonna walk.
Oh yeah,
up,
step.
and with his eye glowing green, he's going to cast Acid Splash.
I assume you're casting this at the bolter?
It actually, since they're within 5 feet, it's gonna hit the bolter and that gnome machinist. They both have to make the saves.
Next to him. Okay. So I will give you a save for both. The bolter... Oh shoot, I forgot that... They have resistance against magic. So I'm going to roll his dex save against that lightning bolt again. Still failed. Doesn't matter.
Stop resisting!
So I get advantage on saves for magic with the bolter, and I think gnomes also get that. So here's my dex save against your acid splash for the bolter. That's still a fail.
Gnomes get it for intelligence, wisdom, and charisma.
That's correct. This is not one of those, so he does not get advantage. Dude, the bolter has a +4 dex, an 18 dexterity, and I rolled a crit fail and a 2? What the... Or no, I guess I rolled a 4 and a 5. That's... Can't do any worse. And the +2 dex gets an 8. If I was a PC right now, I would just turn off the computer and go play Destiny because I would be fucking dead. I would be dead. Sorry. Flippin' dead.
He said the F word, Dylan.
Burns even deeper into the Arctic.
So yeah, you hit them both.
And with a grin, Drepix will kind of flip backwards, disengaging.
Alright, good turn. As you fling your acid snot at the bolter and the gnome, it burns them. They scream out they're melting. Well, the gnome says it in gnomish. You hear him. I'm melting! Alright, he is going to give a con save and probably die as he starts his turn at the edge of this thing. How much radiant damage do you got for me, Connor?
Solid 18.
Yeah, he had 9.
Oof. Gotta suck to just melt away from radiation poisoning.
That is basically what it looks like, yeah, as he just gets irradiated in this toxic green smoke and drops to the ground dead. Tarar, you're a little disappointed because you did run up to shove him and he dodged you and looked like he was such a great, maybe a challenge for you. And yet he just melted in front of you as if he opened the Ark of the Covenant in Indiana Jones.
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. I touched this thing and it melted before my eyes. I am a god.
I was going to say, just treat it like ice cream.
Yeah.
Alright, this guy's going to ready an action. This guy's gonna. Damn it! Why am I starting my turn in this cloud? All right. Here's his con save. How come I didn't get out? Did I not move on my turns, or did I just not get the chance? Hey, that's a success. He holds his breath. Nothing happens to him. As he gets out, he's going to go to there. Ooh, I think I can do something to Twitch.
What haven't you done to him?
He casts a spell on Twitch.
Cast a spell on you.
You're within 30 feet of me. 5, 10, 15, 20. You're exactly within 30 feet. I'm going to try to blind you. So he basically pulls, and I'm going to reword this a little bit. It's a spell. It's magic. But he pulls a tube that shines a very bright, pointed light directly at your face, at your eyes, kind of like a laser pointer. And he's trying to burn your eyes with it. So I need a con save. That's a fail. So you are
think light
blinded.
can stop the Twitch? Oh, nice!
So I have burnt your pupils with the light, the laser light, and you are blinded.
So now you have a blind railgun spinning in all directions.
Oh shit.
I will find you.
No, that's actually really terrifying that you scream that out. I will find you. All right, steam pipe, right before Dahak. I forgot about you, David. You're way over here.
I'm here.
That goes off again. So in case you were wondering, it's a 30% chance to start, goes up 10% every round, cumulative. So I'm up to 60% chance that the steam will happen right now, or 70% chance that it will happen. Eventually, that was built in place so that you would actually have to deal with the steam at least one time if I rolled really poorly. So, Doc, I need a dexterity saving throw as you try to scramble back up into the door. That is a fail, but that is a 13. So is that a fail by more than 5? It's a 17. I think that's 5 exactly, or 4. So you're good. Well, not good. You get halfway in the door. The door kind of closes on the tail of your lizard, not getting it closed all the way. The steam kind of shoots into the room and boils you a bit in the room. So you will take half damage. Now, you are subtracting this damage. You have to subtract it from both you and your mount. Because you're giving me the dex save while you're on your mount. So I'm assuming that you're guiding the mount. And if you wanted to roll a separate save for the mount, you'd have to not be mounted, I think. Or use its save instead of yours. Your choice, I guess. But it is now 13d4, because I rolled 11 last time, I think. Against Twitch. Yeah, against Twitch it was 11d4, so now it's 13d4. Of which you and the creature take half because you failed by less than 5. So you get halfway into the door, so you will take 18 points of damage, you and your mount. And then it will be your turn. As the steam passes by and the door opens, you can get out, or you can stay in there, whatever you decide to do.
No, I do my double move and run to the next one.
All right. Luckily, you only have to do that maybe one more time. Okay, it is my favorite dude's turn. What is he going to do this turn? He did mage armor last turn. What can he do? I'm going to match Ikreg. Yeah, let's match Ikreg. Shit, I can't. There's that freaking cloud there. I can't go in there.
I mean, you can. Because if he saves, nothing happens.
You can't see in there either.
I've been doing so good. I've been doing so good with my saves that I definitely want to chance a save. All right, Ikreg, it's your turn. As he said a few words of magic and waved his hands and vanished from sight.
I'm assuming because he didn't make the save, he didn't go into my thing.
He did not go into your thing. He is preparing an ambush for you, for fun, while being invisible.
I was kind of hoping you'd go in and then fail a save, and then he'd emanate dim green light so we could see him even if he was invisible.
Wouldn't that be tricky? But no, I'm gonna. He's a named NPC, so I expect that you will probably kill him, but I want him to have some personality. He's the smart dude. He runs the boiler room.
All right. I will Eldritch Blast the gnome mechanist that's nearby.
Ouch! The one who just took a lightning bolt to the face?
Yeah, I have Agonizing Blast now, so I do more damage. I don't hit very well, though.
That will miss.
And number 2, 21.
That one will hit.
7 force damage. And then I'm going to take a couple steps back and move around to the other side of this pillar. Behind me.
Alright, so your Eldritch Blast hits him in the chest. He was barely holding on to life after being charred from Twitch's lightning bolt. He gives up the ghost as he reaches up to the sky and falls to the ground. Dead. A tear in his eye.
Alright. I'll actually wait on this. Once the crossbow turret is dead, I'm gonna drop concentration on Sickening Radiance so we can move forward as a group.
Okay. Farrar, it is your turn. The crossbow just jabbed you twice.
I'm going to...
And it does look nearly broken. It's corroding and falling apart.
I'm going to recklessly attack twice.
Morningstar in hand, you are just going to shatter this thing. The
Maybe
first
not.
attack bounces off its armor plating, and it deflects your Morningstar. The second attack, however, cracks his armor plating and pierces through to its innards. 9 piercing and 3 fire. Your piercing is not magic or adamantine, right?
Nope.
Okay, so I
have a regular weapon.
4 points of piercing from that, and I add the 3 fire. So I take a 7 total. That is probably their best resistances. They are resistant to all piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning, magic or not, except from adamantine weapons, I think. Magic or not. Alright, you end your turn standing there, raging against this thing.
Yes.
So, Sir Kith, it's up to you. What do you got?
Spiritual weapon right here. And the whip is going to lash out. Crit failing with a 7.
Why can't I ever find his stupid...
You can just draw a box there or something, it's fine. And then I'm going to follow up with a cantrip since I missed with a chill touch. That was not a very good round.
Was against the bolter, right?
Yep. So
And that
the
was a
spiritual
miss.
weapon misses. And then
And
I
then
followed
you
it up
attack
with a
both.
cantrip.
Okay. Range spell attack. Target takes 5 necrotic and it can't regain hit points. Okay, it doesn't resist necrotic, so you do...
And that's the end of her turn.
Alright, so the skeletal hand kind of rips some of the inner workings of the clockwork apart as it's digging through its insides. It is its turn. Okay, it is going to it's going to do 2. I wanted to do the harpoon, but it's up next to you guys because I had to get out of this circle, so I couldn't be ranged. This whole thing is supposed to be ranged, not melee. It has a single melee attack. So it's going to turn to Tarar. Yeah, Ikreg screws up all my encounters. No, I'm kidding. I am going to turn and face Tarar again and to give you 2 more pokes, I guess. Is
At advantage.
At advantage. Awesome. 25
Hits.
and 20. So that's 6 and 5. You take a whole 11 points of piercing damage as you're raging, and the thing jabs at you 2 more times. This guy is sad. He's sad. He went over to help the artificer guy, the stone defender, and I was going to have him defend him and stand in front of him with his stony shields, or his metal shields, and the artificer went invisible and moved away. So the stone defender is standing there, not knowing for sure what to do, but the green corrosive smoke is still in the way, so it's going to take the dodge action and continue to stand there. Starla, it's your turn.
I'm gonna come off the wall and I'm gonna make an attack at the bull. I think my computer's running a little slow.
Ooh, that's higher than its armor class. So you do bite through the mechanics with your giant spider mandibles.
The first one on my screen shows 8 and 8.
Oh, I didn't see the 8 and 8. I just saw the 20 and 8. Okay, so the 8 and 8 will miss.
I'll stay there with Tarar.
Okay.
I shall be moral support.
This guy is dead. Twitch, you're alive, barely, and you're blind. You can't see a thing.
I say, you think that you are safe because I cannot see? We shall see. I'm gonna reach in and pull out one of my critters, and I'm going to throw it. I'm going to throw it directly at Drepix because I can't see. And then
It's just gonna be an animal next to you. An animal's gonna bounce off of you and land on the ground next to you. We'll see what he threw though.
It's like a horse.
It's a weasel.
And I will say, creature, rip that gnome's throat out. In which it will do so. It is going to double move to right underneath the spiritual weapon.
All right, so Twitch, that is, you should have control. There you go. It's a little weasel that I used from the clan. I remember uploading this little guy. He's from the clan of the weasel. They had little weasels. Oh, cool. So he gets to make an attack, or do I have to add him to initiative?
He goes on my turn, and he double moved to get there.
Okay, gotcha.
Now
all right, so you threw him behind you by accident, and then he dashed forward to attack the thing you're ordering him to attack.
Yes, the dead gnome.
Drepix, you see the weasel gnawing on the foot of the dead gnome after it bounced off your chest and ran forward.
Well, it hasn't made an attack yet. It had to double move.
Oh, right. Okay. It's getting ready to gnaw on the dead gnome's foot.
So you all just see this weasel just rush out. And I'm going to make my con save to see if I'm unblinded.
15 is one more than you need. His DC is 14, so you are unblinded. Your eyesight returns after the bright light was shined in it.
I will look up and I will turn to see the gnome, and I will see the weasel right there, and I go, "See, that's what you get. Taken
Nice.
down by a little weasel."
Angry weasel noises. I like it. All right, Trepix. Now it's your turn. As Twitch is rocking it there, throwing animals, lightning bolts, falling down dead and getting back up. What do you got? You can't kill the Twitch. The Twitch is immortal. You need to talk like a Skeksis. I just dark crit.
I gotta finish watching that show.
I'm a bit smarter since I'm using magic. I am actually just going to throw an acid splash on this thing since it already looks weakened.
It is nearly battered to pieces. Farrar hit it pretty hard. If it has a high dex, I'm going to make this save. I can't believe I said I'm going to make the save, and then I crit failed the save. Yeah, he's going to take all 5 of those damages. Alright, it looks like the nuts and bolts of this thing are falling apart. It doesn't have much longer to go. Does that end your turn, Drepix? Do you want to stay there?
Move off to the side and this time drawing my rapier.
Alright, it is the steam pipe's turn. Unfortunately, Dahak, that is gonna go off. So the steam pops and fizzes again, and from down below, you guys are noticing that the boiler is just constantly bubbling and oozing out that green liquid, and constantly spewing steam now, like every 5-6 seconds. It's just blasting steam up into the pipe. You know all that Dahak is still up there, possibly about to fall down now, actually. This is round 6 of the steam pipe, so yeah. Dahak, I need your dex save. Oh no! That's a fail by more than 5, so that means... so it would be 15 d4 damage. Looks like Gamork's back on the menu, boys! That's that orc from the Two Towers. So, yeah, I think that might be enough damages, 42 total, to probably knock you both to 0, right?
Yep.
So then you would fall. How many feet is this? This is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85 feet. So that's 8d6. If this damage is more than your total hit points for the thing, then the thing is dead. If then you just have 1 failed death each.
So Gamork dead.
All right, so Gamork falls and hits the grate. Neck breaks. And Gamork is out of commission. Dahak, you have one failed death save. So I will copy and paste you guys onto the new map. So now you should all be on the same map, and the only thing you can't see anymore in initiative is the steam pipe, right?
Correct.
Which doesn't matter as long as Dahak and Gamork get off of this. I need Gamork to stay here on the pipe. He's dead, but the party can revivify if necessary within the next 1 minute. You should have ingredients for that now.
Yeah, well, I would rather the revivify be on me. I could always ritual.
You're not dead though. You're just unconscious.
Oh, I will be dead in a moment.
You're making death saves.
Real quick, Ken. All I see in the turn order are the enemy.
Yeah, that's what Mark said. You won't see your turns coming up because technically we rolled initiative on the other map. So I guess Mark, if I go down initiative and just type in the numbers, will they all show up? Do you think? Here, let's try.
Well, what's gonna happen is if you add us on there, then you're gonna have two of each of us show up. So.
Because it's tracking the tokens on the other map.
Yes.
That's what it's doing. Okay, so these tokens technically here do not have initiative. I can add you to initiative per your turns. I'll just do that. On each of your turns I'll add you. That way we can track. So now, Dahak, you should see yourself on initiative, right?
I see him.
Yeah.
I can't. Okay. So you can roll me a death save. If you don't crit fail, you're still alive.
You want a death save now after I just took a failure?
Yeah, because you took a failure from bludgeoning damage from falling when it was not your turn. You took that failed death save on the steam pipe's turn.
Gotcha.
And you just happened to be the next one in line, so you get to make another death save right away.
I think I just clicked the death saves, right? And then that rolls it.
Yeah. Okay, so that is a fail. So you have 2 failed death saves. You are on death's door.
Yeah, like I said, let's save revivify for me.
Okay, so let me do this. Alright, so Ikreg, you should see yourself in initiative now, and it's your turn.
I shall move up, throw an Eldritch Blast at the remaining construct, do. And I will miss both times. Where did I move to get the seat? And I will use the last 20 feet of movement to go. I have 10. 20 to here. And I will wait behind this pillar.
Okay.
And
Okay. So you can see through your cloud of gaseous smoke. So you can see this guy glowing over here, and he's just kind of waiting for the cloud to dissipate. He doesn't want to dare to step into it because it corroded him already.
Okay. And then, like I said, once the Oaken Bolt caster is down, I will drop the concentration.
Oh, you did pass by me, so you should have provoked.
I did.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So I will attack you with my bolter with a lancing bolt.
Go hit.
So 20 piercing damage, and I need a con save.
I should have paid more attention. 20.
All right. So you maintain your concentration on your cloud of gas, but you do take the 20 piercing damage. As you run by it, it kind of swings around on a pivot and just jabs you with its spear out of its mouth.
It was so corroded, I assumed it was already destroyed.
It's nearly destroyed. It's almost gone. Tarar, your net was actually 17. I don't know why you wrote 18, but it was.
For some
17.
reason, I had 18 in my mind.
So you should see yourself here in initiative now, and it's your turn. You're raging. This thing is nearly beat up in front of you.
I'm just going to keep attacking it recklessly because I am more enraged at my impotence at the.
Okay, so your 20 and your 23 both hit.
So that's 20 piercing. You said halved to 10?
Yeah, so it'll be 4 and 6. So 10 plus 3 total, 13 damage, right?
Yes.
No, sorry, it's 3. The 7 would be a 3, and the 13 would be a 6. So that's 9.
Okay.
Plus 3 is 12. But yeah, that's enough. It had 10 hit points remaining. It was almost beat to crap. So you did.
On it.
Yeah.
As he finishes it out, I'll drop concentration and point and say, "There's more over there."
Oh, thank God. Okay. Now the real fight begins. This is where I get to add more mechanics to the fight. This is where I build my Destiny raid stuff. All right, Tarar, you had your turn, right? Are you done? Or you beat that thing up, pounded it to a pulp. Yes, your first attack wasn't enough to kill it. Your first attack was 3. Even if you added the fire to that would have been 6. So it would have had 4 hit points remaining. It had 10. So your second attack was what finally broke it and send it into pieces on the ground.
Yep, I will end my turn there.
Okay. It is then Surikith's turn.
Surikith is going to move her weapon 5, 10, 15, 20. She's going to reach up, grab the hawk's tail, and pull him out from the cage and just shake her head. Never would have lasted.
Oh, Dahak's tail, not Gamork's.
Yeah, the hawks. And she's going to cast the healing word on the hawk.
I like it. Okay, so Dahak, you get ripped off of Gamork's body while you're unconscious and bleeding out, and then all of a sudden, Surikith tickles your neck and ear with her forked tongue, whispering sweet words of health and goodness.
She'd whisper in your ear, "Sex with me would truly kill you."
Oh! Wow. Okay. You couldn't last.
As I blink my eyes open, and I'm staring at Surikith hovering above me, I say, that fall to my death was worth it.
I will then stand up and unceremoniously drop him onto the floor.
That is the Wanty way. I like it.
That's 15 feet of movement left, so 5, 10, 15 to...
David, I was reminded of that line from Hamilton where the guy says, "If I had to fight a war in order to meet you, it will have been worth it." I think that was Alexander Hamilton's line, actually, to Eliza. But anyways, yeah, you get plopped on the floor, and Surikith slides away gracefully like a snake. If you feel like you're in love with somebody as cold-blooded as a Wanti, you probably deserve it. But good turn, Surikith, bringing him back from the dead. Or from the brink. I should say the brink of death. He is taking his turn. You guys are hearing the squeak and squeal of metal against metal from off in the distance of the room. Ikreg, you can kind of see. You see the machinist in the very back of the room. I'll move one so you can kind of see. They're standing next to these valves, and they're cranking them around and around. That's what they've been doing. And now that you're in the room and can see it, let me add this. Did you guys see something appear?
Green flame?
Yes.
Green!
So these two large cauldrons in the middle of the room start bellowing with this greenish smoke and fire that's kind of pumping out of them in time with these guys in the back of the room turning those valves. On their turns, they make a turn of the valve, and you see it billows up a little bit higher, and then when they're not turning it, it kind of dwindles down, and it's underneath the lip of the bowl. So it only shoots up above the bowl when they turn the handle. Yes, I finally have a dude that can do something. Does he have enough movement to get to Ikreg? He does. They have a 30-foot movement speed, so he's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 10, 15, 20. There. So he double moves. He's bashing his shields together as he approaches you, Ikreg, and you can hear the sound of these metallic metal or these solid steel shields banging against each other, kind of like a Spartan warrior without a spear, charging you. Starla, you and your spidery self stuck up on the wall up there.
We'll get up here and try and bite at this shield.
All right, you can. From up on the wall, your mandibles strike out. An 18 does get past his defenses.
And my animal forms are magical.
Yep, your animal forms are magical. So their magic resistance says, or no, their immunities say, oh, it's immune, not resistant. Shit, Mark shouldn't have been able to even hurt the thing except with his fire. Why do
you keep doing this to me, Ken?
I keep doing this. These are the constructs. They are poison, bludgeoning, and poison. Is No, acid splash is acid. Poison, bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks that aren't adamantine. They are immune to that. Okay. But your attack is magic, Starla, so you can roll your damage.
It'll be
I am
8
immune
piercing
to
and
poison.
then
The poison itself does not affect me. That's an immunity. But I am not immune to your magical piercing damage.
And then the d6 rolls just to see if web recharge.
Okay, so I will take the 8 piercing. That's okay. You killed the crossbow thing. I'll say the crossbow thing didn't have that immunity, even though it did. If I ever play... Well, if there is another one that you encounter, it may be more resistant to your attacks. Or you may also find a magic weapon. Soon. Twitch. It is your turn. Unless, Starla, you don't want to end your turn there. That's up to you.
I'll be here.
Okay.
I tell my weasel to set him up for me. He's going to take the help action.
Okay, the next attack against that stone guy has advantage as it is trying to bat the weasel. I just imagine the weasel kind of running around his leg and around his chest, and it's trying to swipe the weasel off of him with his shields. Trying to get it off before it weasels its way into its inner workings and chews up wires and stuff that it's not supposed to.
And then Twitch will charge up his lightning for his witch ball.
Unfortunately, is that a crit fail or is that a 10? Did you oh, you had advantage, so it's a 10. Okay, right, it's a 10 because you had advantage. But the 10 will miss. Your beam of crackling blue energy does not wrap around the creature, but instead whips back. And your wild magic roll. Why is it 5 and 12?
I was having it was in advantage. I still had advantage on when I rolled it.
Oh, gotcha. Well, I don't think a 5 triggers on Witch Bolt.
No.
Drepix. Oh, wait. I keep forgetting to add you guys' turns. That's why you're not glowing when I... Here, let me add you. That's better. So, Drepix, you are there.
Drepix is going to continue using Acid Splash since he does not think his rapier will pierce this thing.
Alright, sorry. I was adding turns that I forgot to add as we were going through. So, Drepix, you are throwing an acid splash at the stone defender?
Yes, I did move a little bit closer, but he would have stepped back afterwards.
Okay. So you would have stepped into Terrar Square, excuse me for a second, flung your acid. He's going to make his dex save. He is not as dexterous as the crossbow guy, which of course is funny because I failed all the dex saves with the crossbow guy. And of course with the +0, I roll a 16. So he dodges as he's trying to swipe the weasel off of him. One of his shields just kind of deflects your flung acid away. No, shoot, that's not what he wants to do. do either. Okay, I know what he would do. Readying in action. Turning the crank. Steam pipe can come out of initiative now. Dahak, you are awake and prone as you open your eyes, and Surakith coldly slides away from you. But you did get her kiss of life. A moment of sadness as you realize that... Oh, wait, actually, the steam pipe could burn Gamor. It does not. It pops and fizzes and does not explode. So, the steam does not blow up.
Okay, I use half my movement to stand up.
Okay.
I am beat.
Gamork is dead, but it could... just for effect, I was going to have it, like, scald and boil its body down to bleached bones. But... but I didn't.
Somebody take him off when he's well done.
Sorry, David, I don't know if you're talking, but I can't hear you if you are.
I'm trying to count spaces. Let's see. Maybe I can do... I'm going to move up. I don't know how... we'll see. To there. Oh wait, no, I can't do that. I used half my movement to stand up. Never mind. Nice. Shit. I really can't do anything.
Well, you could... if you can't do anything, you could use your action to dodge or, defend yourself, basically.
Yeah, and that's... I'll just use my action or prepare my action to dodge.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't do anything.
I was going to say, yeah, you don't see any enemies. You guys are all in that little tiny teeny hallway. The only enemy you would see, I guess, would be the stone defender. You hear the cranking of gears and metal against metal on the other around the corner. You hear the yelling of the gnomes in the room. But that's about it.
I'll just use the last remaining movement just to kind of move up a little bit to try to get a better view.
All right, Greg, it's your turn.
All right. I'm going to. I don't have my great sword summoned, so I have to do that. But instead of doing that, so I don't die, I'm gonna disengage. I'm gonna move away. I'm gonna chill here. It's my turn.
That will trigger my readied action.
Uh-oh.
An enemy that I can see exited the hallway. So I will do this pretty much centered on you. And you do not see where it's coming from. Well, you see kind of where it's coming from. It's coming from here, but you can't see the thing that did it. You just hear the words of magic, and suddenly a mote of fire flings in your direction.
don't.
As it explodes in a ball of fire right on top of you. That is a successful deck save. So 32 and half is what, 16?
Yep.
Because I rolled a fat 1 on the extra fire damage there. That's rad.
I'm barely alive.
That is a lot of 6s in the original roll, so. That is 16 points of fire as the guy who is invisible by greater invisibility flung a fireball at you.
Does the mechanical statue make a save too within the 20-foot radius? If it's centered on Ikrit?
He would indeed.
The weasel is dead either way.
Well, friendly fire for the win. Oh man, Ripstone Giant. Defender.
Ken,
Weasel.
because we have an invisible enemy and spiders have blind sight, I put an aura of where my blind sight reaches.
Okay, I see your aura. Yeah, he did blow up his stone guardian. I for some reason thought I was 5 feet out of range, but you're right, I would have been in range. And the weasel is dead as well. So Ikreg triggered my reaction, which I used my action to do. Ikreg, did you use an action yet, or did you just move?
I disengaged was my action.
Gotcha.
Get away
You
from the
disengaged, moved away from the guy so he wouldn't kill you, and then he got blown up by the fireball that you basically ran into. That's awesome.
All according to plan.
Nice. Tarar, it is your turn as you watch the stone defender get blasted by fire from behind it, and just melt its gears and workings as it falls over to the ground, unable to move, and it's just twitching now.
15. Bonus action. Activate my ring of jumping.
Jump.
Bonus action dash.
You can't bonus action twice.
I mean action dash. Sorry, I'm an idiot.
Okay.
I'm really tired. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
And then, so 10 feet, long jump with my ring. It gives me
Up to 30 feet. You can't surpass your movement speed and jump speed.
because I can't remember where it's at.
It just means that you get to
Because
do your
it
movement
triples.
as well.
It triples my jumping speed. The ring. And it doesn't say that I can't.
Right, again, but no movement can go faster than your max movement speed because it uses your movement speed to jump. In the jumping rules, it says that every foot you jump is 1 foot of movement. So most people can't jump 60 feet. Even if it triples your jump speed, then they could jump, if they had a 10 strength, they could jump, what, 30 feet? So
What
then,
are you
then
using?
the ring of jumping doesn't increase your speed. It allows you to jump further.
And it
But it
triples
doesn't
my
add-
jumping speed. But it doesn't have the, like the boots of springing and striding say that you can't exceed your movement. This one doesn't. And you've been letting me do it.
I didn't realize you were jumping more than your 40 foot of movement speed. So you're if you're gonna jump, how many feet do you say you could jump then? What is triple your jump? Are you asking me whether or not you can move forward?
So with the ring activated, I can stand jump, triple my 8 feet to 24 feet up.
Jump,
My long
or your
jump
long
is
jump is
51
17 feet. you want to triple that, plus add
Which
the
is
40 feet of
51.
movement, is what you're saying you think you should be able to do?
I just don't know. I can't think right now.
And you don't think that's broken? You think if your character can move 90 feet, what is 17 times 3? That's 60 minus
15.
9, so 51 feet, right?
5,
And then
10,
plus,
20,
so you want to move 91 feet in a turn.
There you go. I moved 80 feet, double moved, and I'm going to burn him. And
Okay.
that's the end of my turn.
I mean, if you don't think it's broken,
No, it's fine. We're done.
then do it.
We're done.
I think that's a lot of movement, and I don't think that's as it was intended to do, but I would have to research it to figure it out.
It's okay. We can
So-
move on. That's the end of
So a ring
Yeah,
of jump.
You can leap
Ring of
over to
jumping
this guy.
just makes you
Now,
cast
he
the-
was pulling something out. He had something in his hand. He was going to pull something out of his pouch. So as you leap over to him, do you have an action left, or was that your action to do that?
action to dash.
I can't hear you if you're talking more.
Action to dash. That was it. And he takes 3 points of fire from my storm worm. It's okay. Let's move on.
Yeah, I get that it casts the jump spell, but if you run out of movement while you're in your jumping movement, you're out of movement. You can't jump more than you can move. Is the way I understand the rules, and the way it seems Jeremy Crawford understands the rules, at least. But I don't know. I don't know if I haven't found a specific instance of a ring of jumping being used in this example. I've only had people talk about taking the dash action to jump. But anyway, I'll allow it for the sake of story. It is cool, but I think it's a little broken to be able to jump or to be able to move 90 feet in a regular turn. That's pretty far. I can't hear you. Can you guys hear me, or can you not hear me?
I can hear
I can
Ken.
hear you.
Same.
I'm gonna take the dodge action to Surkith, and I'm gonna use healing
Looks
word.
like I'm
on-
talking on the Land of Song. I can see my.
Can you hear us, Ken?
I don't
Hello?
think King can hear us.
Can you hear
Can
me?
you hear
Ken?
us now?
Ken, come back to us.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
I don't. I think
Hello.
that either I wasn't hearing anyone, or nobody could hear me. Nobody could hear.
We were streaming
couldn't
at
hear
you for like
anyone else.
15 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, so Gerard just used his action to dash. I just said fuck the ring, and then I'm going to burn him for 3. Ended my turn there. Surkith is going to take the dodge action here by the pillar. Healing word Craig for 6, and that's the end of.
I think you had enough movement to jump to him with your movement. I just didn't know if you were trying to jump 90 feet.
No, I just wanted to jump to him, but
Yeah, that's
That's
fine.
fine.
I think you had enough movement to do that with your 40 feet movement speed as your dash action.
it's cool. It's a dash anyway, so whoever's after Surkith is their.
Surkith healed who?
Craig for 6.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so who is here that can understand Gnomish? Drepix, I think you're the only one that can understand it, that can respond. You
no,
were here.
The hawk.
Oh, but you're really far away. So you're around a corner and far away. So you would, I mean, what's your passive perception?
15.
You might be able to make out some of the words. Essentially, you hear this gnome call out, "He's in range. Do it now." And the guy over here, up here, turns his crank to activate this guy's readied action, which is to take the thing that he had in his pocket and throw it over Terrar's head into this ball of fire. And essentially it's a small glass vial that looks a little bit like a round ball filled with liquid, like an alchemist fire kind of deal. And he chucks it 20 feet away into this ball of green fire, which then explodes in a acidic, fiery blast. And everything within 10 feet of it needs to give me a dexterity saving throw. So that's just Terrar. That is a success. Okay, so Terrar, you will half all of this, and you resist the fire. So you take 7 fire and 14 acid. So 21 total damage. Okay. That's the end of this dude's turn. And this guy's triggered action is spent now. And Terrar, you saw how that worked. So, if somebody basically readies an action to throw one of these vials into the fire when things are near, and you call out to this guy to turn the knob at a particular on his turn, then that triggers your readied action, and you can blow stuff up. I mean, you have a low intelligence, so you might not be able to make out all that. But Greg, you saw it happen from across the room, so you can really understand it.
Awesome.
Starla, it's your turn. You saw a huge explosion of fire and liquid. It's basically napalm that went off or Greek fire is what it really is. Yes! Okay, so stop right here for a second. You can keep moving after that, but you triggered... Oh, no, wait. I used his reaction to cast the fireball. Never mind. Keep going. Yep. Damn it. You passed by an invisible dude.
Oh, if I saw him, I'd...
Yeah, so you would have felt him. So go ahead and move. Keep moving back along your path. I forgot about your aura. Keep moving back and I'll tell you when you felt him. Yeah, do your move again. Stop there. You sense him in that area. So you can do something if you want. You can see him. So I'll momentarily make him visible. The rest of you don't actually see him. But I'm going to make him visible so you can see him for a second.
Your spider senses are tingling.
That's good, because that's just at the end of my base movement speed. So we're going to bite.
I figured. That's why I wanted to warn you. You actually saw him when you were 1 space back. So, but wow. Do you have advantage, or are you just not toggling?
I don't see a toggle on this ship.
Oh, because it's a creature. Okay, yeah, I'd have to set it on the creature. That's fine. 24. Your bite will hit against his. Let me see if I even if I had a shield spell, it wouldn't matter. He has mage armor on. I did that at the beginning of the fight, but you definitely hit him.
And my web recharges, so I might use that next time.
He doesn't have any resistance to poison, so I'm going to take all 23 points of damage.
And then I'm gonna bonus action wild shape heal.
God. How do PC magic users survive? Because every time I play an NPC magic user, you guys take me out in one hit. Mark, I did a crit and did 60-some fucking damage to your magic user, and it still didn't die. If this spider hits me again, I'm dead. And this is a 7th level caster. I don't get it. I don't get what I'm doing wrong as a DM. I feel like I make an encounter deadly, and you guys just walk through it like it's not even a challenge.
To be fair,
I'm gonna add 6 casters in the next encounter. I'm gonna have to, I think.
I died.
You died from a trap. You died because you delayed. Had you gone down with the group, you would have been fine.
I mean, the basis for
Which
my
made an
caster I
epic
use.
entrance. Don't get them wrong, mixed up.
The basis for my caster was a vampire spawn minus 14 HP was all. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just have bad luck, I guess.
I think you just
Or
need
you-
to give them just a little bit more health. The more heroic NPCs you have.
I could do that. Or I could just use an archmage instead of a regular mage. As
Don't
the
do
temple.
that. Don't do that.
I mean...
We don't want that at all.
We don't want an archmage. They're assholes. Yeah, I got you. All right, Twitch, it's your turn. You guys can feel heroic. You guys are monstrous. You're coming in here and ripping these little gnomes to pieces. I like it. I'm feeling like as a DM, you guys aren't scared enough. And I'm trying to scare you.
Does the artificer have to make a concentration check for his greater invisibility?
No, it's greater invisibility.
I think it might be concentration. Let me click it again.
Should be.
It is. Okay, so yes, I do. Yeah, it just allows you to attack and cast spells while remaining invisible, but it is still concentration. So Artificer is going to make his con save, which is, I took 20-something. What did I take?
23.
23? So half of that is 11. So I have to make a DC 11 con save. Which I did. I don't have advantage toggle on him either. Let me try. Okay, so now he has advantage toggle, but without advantage toggle, it would use the 17. So I get to maintain my invisibility. So I will remain visible for now because you can see me, Starla. But just the rest of you, don't try to metagame that you know where that artificer is. You can't see him. You saw Starla bite into something, but if you try to attack him, you basically have disadvantage because he's not visible.
You see me attack the air.
Yeah, basically, Starla is biting midair, and I mean, blood squirted out of her mouth, so she's got purchase on something, but you can't see it. All right, Twitch. Sorry for taking up your time. You go now.
Move there, and closest gnome is right there, so he's going to double. To there.
Doing a baseball slide underneath Starla and her prey. Twitch kind of tumbles to his feet and stands up, facing off against that gnome. The gnome machinist.
I will say he has not disengaged. Because why would he?
Who? Twitch?
Yeah, Twitch.
Oh. Yeah.
He's pointing out he ran by the artificer.
I know, but I just had a turn. Did I have a turn? No, I didn't have a turn. I haven't had my turn yet. So I still have my reaction spent until it's my turn again. I used my reaction.
Twitch lives for another day.
Yeah, I used that reaction right away to get Ikreg with that fireball, so I haven't had a turn since then. So yeah, you can freely move around this dude. Drepix, it's your turn.
So Drepix is going to twist his hat and take on the image of one of these gnome machinists, but he's gonna look all beat up. And then he's gonna.
Did you put on the armor from the guys outside?
No, because I can make myself look like them.
Does it also change your clothes?
Yes.
Okay, then that's fine. Yeah, the armor was there for a reason. But if you can change your clothes to look like, because remember their armor is special, and they've got that blue glowing tubing on there that ties their armor pieces together.
I remember it would have knocked my AC down by 1. That's why I didn't use it.
All right, so your illusionary dress matches theirs. Okay.
So I'm going to look like one of them and come running out, kind of calling out, saying, "Wait, let me pass." And my image looks like I got beat up while I was over there from them.
Okay, give me a persuasion check. Okay, so so you're basically what that means is they were talking in a certain accent that is local only to this tribe of rock gnomes, and you flubbed the accent. So it's like me trying to speak in a Scottish accent, which I can't do, so I couldn't even try. That's how persuasive you were. Why are you moving so much? What's going on?
Oh wait, I can't double move because I used my action.
Dude, that's 120 feet or something that you just moved. What are you doing? You started way over here. How can you move that far?
Action and bonus action dash for a rogue.
But didn't you use an action to do the
I
thing?
was correcting myself. That's why I was trying to say.
Okay, gotcha. I just thought this map was big until you guys minimized it.
So I would actually be stopped right there.
Okay, that looks more realistic and believable. Okay, so Drepix looks like one of them, but they in no way believe you, because you didn't talk like them. They have a certain way of, like an accent, a manner of speaking, and you sounded like a goblin trying to sound like a gnome. You've done better with your accents. He is going to disengage from the scary barbarian. No, I'm not going to disengage. I'm going to cast Blur on myself. And move to there. So I would provoke from you, Tarar, but you would have disadvantage unless you recklessly attack.
Here's a crazy question. Attack of opportunities have to be melee attacks.
They do.
Grapples are special melee attacks. Can I grapple him with my attack of opportunity?
That would make his movement 0. And that's not an attack. Yeah, you can, but I'm going to make you make an attack roll for it, rather than a contested strength check.
Okay. Then I will recklessly attack him for normal.
Okay. Well, that does damage. Crap. How much damage do you do?
Wasn't it at disadvantage? Because
No, he's recklessly attacking. So
okay.
he's giving himself advantage against a blurred creature.
So it's only 6 piercing, but I just wanted to grapple him.
Oh, yeah, you're attacking to grapple. I didn't know if you were using your Morningstar. That's fine.
Well, you told me to make an attack instead of a contest.
I wanted you to do that because that makes more sense if you're going to attack, rather than doing the contested thing, because then that takes my low strength into account rather
Yeah,
than
'cause-
my better AC.
Pretty much, I wanted him to think he was getting away, and I grabbed in the middle of his blurred form right around his neck.
Okay, so his speed is 0. He is grappled by you. Not restrained, just grappled.
Just grappled.
I put a fist on him because you're grabbing onto his sleeve. So he tried to run away. He cast Blur, tried to move, but you stopped his movement. So he did use his action. I'm going to put the little wing on him to be blurry. Oh shit, I didn't get to set up my action. This machinist is going to cast a spell. First, I gotta move. That was me being rage. Okay, I'm not close enough. So I am going to ready an action to cast a spell when I'm close enough.
Ken, put some money in the swear jar, please.
I know, right? Good thing Dylan finally fell asleep. Jesus. That was our idea to help him with gas money, and I'm kind of regretting it because I'm donating a lot of money to his gas fund.
Don't worry, Ken. I'm counting. I'll tell him when he wakes up.
No, don't do so. Don't you dare. Okay, so it is Dahak's turn. Dahak, you are healed. You hear the sounds of battle. What do you do? Why are you all spread out? You all have to be spread out? That means I just have to kill off each one of you one at a time.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get an attack here on that no machinist in front of Tar.
Okay. He's blurry, so you have disadvantage.
And I have advantage, so I'll just roll straight.
Why do you have... Oh, you have pack tactics?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Tarar's adjacent and holding him, so yeah, you attack normal.
I'm gonna go without the sharpshooter feat just to make sure I land. 17.
17 is a hit.
$15. Ah!
Alright, so 15 total damage. Almost.
Do you call out and say something, Tarar, for me to stop shooting him?
Oh, I don't even see you because I'm facing the other ones holding their friend up as he's like kicking and screaming, and I just watched 2 arrows land into his.
Well, one so far.
No, one so far with the sneak attack added almost drops him. So he starts to go limp in your grasp, Tarar.
I can work with this. I'm just gonna hold him up like a target dummy and let Dahak just pin.
And so here comes the other one. Ooh, 10.
That is a miss. A 10 will miss him as the arrow flings wide.
And then with the last 5 of my movement, I'm just gonna back. Oh, I can't back into that guy's space.
You can step on a body.
Okay, I'll step on that.
He's laying on the ground dead. You can stand on him.
All right, cool. Yeah, that would be the end of my turn.
All right, so The Artificer is still invisible, which means nobody else can see him, but Starla can see him. I gotta frickin'... Oh, he's not evil. He wouldn't do this. I want to be you guys. I want to be a monster so I can do this. The construct is one thing. A sentient living creature is something else. So I'm going to have to risk it.
Well, we are invading, so if you could ration it that way.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to. He can show mercy. I just have to risk getting bit by this spider. Essentially, I'm moving away from the spider. And a 10 will miss. Yes. Okay. So putting my fingers in that familiar thumbs touching, fingers outstretched manner, except instead of flames forming between the fingertips, ice crystals begin to form between my fingertips as I unleash a cone of freezing ice storm in a 60-foot cone away from me. So that would put Tarar at the 60-foot mark. And then 30 feet above Tarar, drawing a line from there. Okay, so Drepix, you are out of it. But Starla, Twitch, and Tarar are all in a 60-foot cone.
Is this a con save for Cone of Cold?
Just out of curiosity, if Tarar is holding the gnome, wouldn't the gnome be part of it too?
No, the gnome is not in Tarar's space. The gnome is
'cause
grappled, not
I don't have
not
a
restrained.
Oh.
And of course, you're all gonna save. Watch this, except for Twitch.
It doesn't matter.
Alright,
Twitch goes
so-
down anyway.
Twitch is gonna drop unconscious, taking 36 cold damage. Starla, you succeed, so you take 18 cold damage. And Tarar, you also take 18 cold damage.
So, special note, Twitch is now a Twitchsicle, because he's a frozen statue until he's brought back.
Twitch is a Twitchsicle. Yes, he's still making death saves, but he's basically frozen. Yeah, Cone of Cold. How come it doesn't... Oh, because it's an NPC. It probably doesn't put the spell up there, but... Yeah, he's frozen. So ice comes shooting out of his hands, and he was invisible. So I'm making him invisible again because he is not in Starla's range of vision. Furthermore, Surikith and Dahak, you do not know where the Artificer is. You did see a blast of cold come from a space, but if you tried to attack him, you would have disadvantage because he is still invisible. Big Greg, it is your turn. I can't hear you, Connor, if you're talking.
Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting that this thing, the mute button on it. It's my bad.
That's okay.
I will summon my greatsword, which will be my action. And then I will move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 to get behind this pillar and hope to God another fireball doesn't come around a corner and blow me up.
It does not.
Oh, good.
He did not ready an action for a trigger this time. He did an action. He's trying to eliminate the threat, but it's a pretty heady threat.
But that'll be my turn. That's my action and my movement.
All right, so now you have a glowing magical sword in your hand as you run for cover behind a pillar. Tarar, it is your turn. You have a mostly dead gnome in your arms, but you are also covered in ice and snow. And
I
frostbite.
flex, and I bust out of that ice.
Of course you do.
I'm gonna go 10 feet. I'm gonna go 10 feet to here, dragging him with me, and I'm gonna slam dunk him into this fire.
Awesome. Okay, give me an athletics check for this.
I get advantage
As you're
on this.
basically lifting and throwing a gnome. You're a bugbear. This is totally believable.
23.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You throw him into this cauldron of green acidic fire, and he screams out in pain and dies in agony as his friends look on in horror.
You know what? I'm just gonna go full balls to the wall. He's raging. So that was 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and I'm just gonna run towards him. And I think I'm with range now for his readied action.
That does put you in range for his readied action. Okay, thank you for reminding, because I forgot that I had it ready.
Hold on. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, unless you want to do it as soon as I entered his range. Just let me.
Where you are is fine. It's just the triggers at the 30 feet. So you can, if you fail the con save, as he tries to blind you with his laser light that he pulls out of his pocket. If you make the con save, you can. I mean, if you fail, you're just moving blindly forward. That's fine. That's how I would imagine it in my head.
I'm gonna fail. I know I am. I just feel it.
I hope you do. I would like you to be blind.
I'm just gonna. Yeah, I think I'm gonna fail. I just feel. Oh no.
Oh, you did it! Okay. So the light shines in your eyes, and it almost enrages you further as you just toss this guy into the fire. You just blink your eyes, and they water a bit, and you just charge on forward. Unstoppable freight train of bugbear coming at this gnome.
Oh god, I thought I was gonna walk into the cauldron of acid.
I was thinking about levitating you into it if you did fail.
That would have been so bad.
But you didn't fail. All right, so Tarar runs forward. This guy, this gnome is crapping his pants right now. He doesn't know what to do. Surikith, it's your turn.
Okay, standing where Surikith is, she saw the epicenter of the blast, correct? That
He did.
sent out the cone of cold.
Yeah. It's reasonable that you would know where the source of the spell came from, so you could attack his square. It would just be with disadvantage. You can't
So
see
she's quickly gonna move into Dahak's space, and she's gonna sort of point in that general direction, and she's gonna have the spiritual weapon whip around and see if it hits any.
Okay, so it
So
can
this
attack
is-
with disadvantage.
This is at disadvantage. Okay, so missing with the 9, she didn't see anything there, so she's gonna move here. Whoa. Okay, hold on. 5, 10. Not seeing anything there. 15, 20.
Yeah, so you would be bumping into his square. But yeah, you don't know where he is.
Because I moved it a diagonal.
You can move
Here.
You can. Yeah, that's the map. The map is a little off on the corners there. You would move into his square, so I don't think you can pass his square. Because you can't pass through an enemy space. They block movement without
Okay.
shoving. So you would bump into him essentially, and he would kind of push you back if you moved into this square. And unfortunately, my map doesn't. That's not really a square right here.
Okay, so I try to move, it hits me. My original plan of trying to get to Twitch has changed. There's obviously something in front of me. I thought he was here. So
No, he's actually right here in that square.
Okay. Seeing how there's something directly in front of me, she is going to sort of, I don't know how Chris would describe it, but she's going to open up her mouth and she's going to spray forth like snake venom in a poison spray.
Awesome. I like it. She hisses at him and spits. Doc, this is kind of turning you on a little bit. What, 18 poison?
There's going to be a 10-foot poison spray out from her.
You max damage this freaking poison spray.
Oh, I did. Holy shit.
Or no, it's 9 and 9, 2d12. Okay, so not
never mind. I think Jeremy just brought something up.
Oh, toward a creature you can see is in the spell description, so you can't. That's why you can't make a creature make a saving throw. Yeah, so you can't see it, so you can't poison spray it. Oh, I like the flavor. I like the way you were describing.
I was hoping to do like the spraying the can of mace in front of me in the dark, try to hit something, but I can't do that. So let me think of something really quick. I already used my bonus action. And I think everything she has is a creature that you can see.
Could always throw a punch or take the dodge out.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit at it with a weapon.
You can
Silver
still
flail.
You can still heal Twitch.
I can't, you're too far away, and I used a bonus action to try to attack with a spiritual weapon. So I'm just gonna lash out with the flail in that general direction at disadvantage. 23.
Nice. Well, he says, "Ow!"
He takes 12 points of bludgeoning. I'm going to use my...
What's the extra necrotic you're doing?
I'm not sure. Let's see. Innate spellcasting, dark vision, poison immunity, reaper. Nope. Channel divinity, inescapable destruction. Necrotic damage dealt by your cleric spells and channel divinity option, ignore resistances. I'm not sure why he has that extra necrotic on there, but I think it might be a death cleric thing. Kind of like how, like the trickster clerics get like an extra thing of poison added to their weapon attacks.
Yeah, that's just usually a level 8 thing.
Oh, okay.
The all clerics get an extra D8 of either radiant, necrotic, whatever their type of cleric is, but it's an 8th level thing, not a 7th level thing. I just don't know if he had it on there in advance or by accident.
But what I'm going to do though is I'm going to use the channel divinity touch of death. So that he's going to take an additional, that's 7 times 2, 14 plus 5, 19 necrotic.
Oh shit. Okay, well, you sucked the life out of him. If he takes even if I did the 11 and then you add the 19 to that's you would have killed an archmage with the damage that this guy's taken already. So
sweet.
Yeah, he's dead. So he
And then I'll look up really quick with that extra D6 of necrotic. That's the end of her turn.
Alright, with the artificer dead, the rest of the gnomes start to look a bit uneasy. He's the big boss in this room. He was the strongest combatant. He's what made this a deadly encounter. But unfortunately, he didn't do. He did the cone of cold thing. So this guy doesn't know for sure what to do. So he is going to try to run. Go ahead,
As he's
Charlie.
running, As he's
Yeah,
running,
he's
as a
running.
reaction, can Tarar look at this gnome and just kind of look into his eyes and say, "Your friends have abandoned you"?
You can. Yeah, that's fine. He looks. This guy's already terrified because he's shining the light at you. He didn't even slow you down. You threw his buddy into a cauldron of fire. He burned to death in the napalm fire, and then you charged him. So yeah, he's already crapping his pants. He doesn't know what's going to happen. Starla, it's your turn. The artificer became visible when he fell down dead because Surakith basically sucked the life out of it when she hit it with her attack.
So I'm going to use an action to go back to Starla, and then a bonus action to Healing Word Twitch.
Okay. Is it a full action for you to drop the animal form?
No, it's a bonus action, but I need the bonus action to actually cast Healing Word.
I'm going to let you do it, but I don't think that you can trade a bonus action for an action, or vice versa. Because you only can take a bonus action if you have the ability to take a bonus action.
It's a free action to drop an animal form.
I don't know the answer. I don't know if it's a free action or a bonus action. That's why I asked. I thought it was a bonus action.
It's only a bonus action to change. It's a free action to drop the form.
I believe it is a free action.
I know for regular druids it's a full action to change, but for moon druids it's a bonus action.
That's for turning into the form. Dropping the form
I
is
just pulled
always
it up
a
in the
free action.
compendium, so hold on. It's in the compendium. You can just look it up, and we can see yourself. You can revert to your normal form earlier by using a bonus action on your turn. You automatically revert if you fall unconscious, drop to 0 hit points, or die. So he's right. It is a bonus action to turn back to your normal form. So, and you can't trade a bonus action for an action typically, but I'll let it happen for this.
I'll note it down for next time.
Yep, that's fair. That's how I like to resolve those things. On the table in this place, it makes sense. In the future, we'll just remember that we can't. It's a trade-off. You can you'd either have to be stuck in animal form, or you'd have to give up animal form and heal Twitch next turn. You did roll a 1 on that though, Starla, so you can re-roll that one time, the Healing Word spell, since you used a resource. That's my house rule anyway. That's better. That's went from a 1 to a max. I like it. All right, so Twitch, you gain 6 health instead of 3 health. And then it is your turn. Well, you still have a move left, Starla. You can move if you want.
Just make myself front and center.
Oh, you're trying to block me from running. All right, Twitch, once again, from the brink of death. Jesus, you're right.
Nothing can stop Twitch!
Your little summary up there, where in the last basically 60 seconds, you have died twice, been brought back, and killed things. Yeah, you've had a busy minute of your life.
I'm going to aim at this gnome machinist with my Witch Bolt!
God. Well, that's a fail. I wish Wild Magic would have triggered on the crit fail. That would have been amazing.
If you would like,
but
that can happen.
You want to?
I will gladly roll for Wild Magic.
Okay, let's do it.
$50.
Your head turns into a mute and deaf snow globe for a minute.
Okay, so your Twitch's head turns into a snow globe, and you cannot hear or talk. So you can't use any spells that have verbal components anymore for the time being, as you have a snow globe sitting on top of your head. Trepix and
So
Starling,
Twitch is
it's weird. You've never seen anything like it. Good job, Twitch. I love it. I can't hear you anymore, Twitch, if you're talking or you went mute or something. But that was a great turn. Thank you for...
I'm role playing.
Okay. that makes sense, because you're mute. I like it. Yeah. What do you mean, am I talking? I am talking. You just can't hear me. All right, so Twitch is probably screaming in rage, and you just see the snow getting more flurried in the globe. Drepix, you shake your head at the foolishness.
Yes, I
Goblins
do.
from two different tribes. Goblins from two different tribes, for sure. His family was messed up.
I start enveloping my rapier and booming energy as I'm going to charge forward and dash to make sure I reach this gnome machinist and then stab him.
I'm just trying to get away. Let me get away, please. You don't have to kill me. We don't have to do this. You do it anyway.
I kind of look like I'm gonna let them pass, as I still look like one of them. But then I kind of flash.
I'll tell you all the secrets.
Oh, that does give me pause.
I have information. I can tell you all about this place. Just don't kill me. Don't murder me. Don't let that, and he points at Tarar. Don't let that near me. Don't let him come near me. And I promise I'll tell you all that you want to know. What do you do?
I grab him by
Have
the throat
mercy.
and I kind of have the rapier close to his chest. I'm like, you speak fast. Otherwise, he's gonna get to you. And I can only help so much. And I actually will... Oh, well, no. That's what I'll do.
Okay. So you're gonna use your action basically just to grab him and say, not really a grapple, but just say, you better speak quickly or I'm gonna, I can't protect you. Okay. I like it. Now we're in the role play. Whose turn is it? This guy. Okay. Watch this, Tarar. We're gonna do something fun. I'm gonna play this just like a movie. He is going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And I'm going to use my action to prepare an action to dash if you move within 10 feet of me. So what I'm trying to go for here is, you know how the grown-up chases the kid around the table? I can't hear you, Tarar, if you're talking.
No, I'm letting you explain.
Oh, so yeah, essentially if you come around the fire thing to get to me, I'm going to move the opposite direction, my movement speed. So I'm trying to use the rules to emulate that whole chasing somebody around a tree or around a table kind of deal. So that's what he's doing. He's moved his movement speed and he's using his action to prepare his action to dash if you come within 10 feet of him.
Perfect.
So you see him basically kind of crouched low, like looking left and right, and like he looks like he's ready to spring one direction or the other as he's trying to move away from you. He's got his eyes on you. Dahak, it's your turn. From across the room, if you peer around the corner, you can see this guy kind of playing chicken with Tarar. And you would have heard, especially since you speak Gnomish, this guy called out, "Have mercy. Please don't kill me. I'll tell you everything you want to know. I can tell you all the secrets of this place." And Drepix was going to let him speak.
Okay, so Dahak moved up into arrow range. I'm going to let one fly.
Right before you release the arrow, this gnome over here says, "I know more than you do, Stan. Leave me alive and I'll tell you more than he can."
Fucking.
It's going to be normal because there's no...
He just kicks. Stan's like, yep. Didn't work. Alright, go ahead. 18 does hit his armor class. He doubles over in pain. and says, "Please, I beg of you, have mercy, masters. I know more than he does. I can tell you so much more." And your second arrow misses. Falls goes right over his head. Hits the wall behind him.
And I'll stay there.
The Hawk's having none of it. Go ahead, Ikreg. You've got your magic sword out. The big scary caster guy is dead because Surikith basically sucked the life out of him with her magic.
I don't speak Gnomish, so I don't know what's going on. But Drepix has this guy, so I'm gonna attack the guy behind him.
Poor Fred.
17.
That's gonna hit him.
5.
He's still standing.
Natural 20. Or 15.
He's not standing anymore.
So the first one will just nudge him in the shoulder. The second one I'll take off his head.
Alright, so he tries to call out, "Have mercy," one more time in Gnomish, but then his head is separated from his body from the force of your Eldritch Blast, and he is just splattered into goo on the back wall back here. The guy who was basically playing chicken with you is now headless, falling on the ground. He didn't get away.
I watch him explode with electrical energy, and then I look over and I see one rock gnome with his hand on another rock gnome's throat, holding a rapier to it.
Yes, you do.
And I cannot pass this up. So I run over here, and I'm going to grapple both rock gnomes by the throat and try to strangle both.
Can I call out the goblin?
You could use a free action to let your illusion drop too, but that I'm just saying.
I do, and I say, "You fool! He'll give us
Oh,
everything."
he called you a fool.
I would like to grapple the rock gnome and punch Drepix.
With the rock gnome.
If I could.
Well, there's my rock gnome's strength contest against your grapple to him.
Well, that wasn't very good.
So yeah, you grappled him. That's why I wanted you to make an attack roll the last time, Mark. Sorry, but I knew my strength was going to be really bad.
And I'm going to punch at Drepix because goblins should know their place.
Ooh, bugbears are the chiefs of goblins.
22. And so it's going to be 1d4 plus strength, right?
No, it's just 1 plus your strength mod.
Oh.
You don't roll. Oh, wait, unless you're a tavern brawler or something that gives you a damage die. Otherwise you're taking on. You're becoming a monk.
I just clock him for 4 points of damage.
Okay, so Drepix, you take 4 damage as you get clocked by the bugbear, and the gnome is now being held by he's fully grappled by Tarar, but you're just kind of holding onto his shirt.
His eyes look like a balloon being squeezed ready to pop.
All right, so I'm going to go through just to see if anybody else wants to ruin the plan until we get to the gnome machinist's turn. So does Surikith want to put this gnome out of his misery, or do you guys roleplay your characters, how they would act? Right now you see Tarar holding the gnome up by the neck, and you saw Drepix go from gnome form back to goblin form as he got clocked in the face by Tarar. Know your place, goblin! Drepix is...
Surikith, she's gonna languidly walk, like swaying with her hips, very gracefully walk up. She's gonna say, "Calm down, beast. We need that one." She's going to cast Life Transference and heal Tarar.
Okay. Does that mean she takes damage or something? You sacrifice some of your health. So you take 4d8 necrotic, which must be the 20 that you rolled. And Tarar regains twice the necrotic, so Tarar gains 40 health. And Surakith takes 20 damage. All right, and that will end Surakith's turn. So from this point, the gnome machinist is like, he says, my name is Tom, and he's speaking in Common now, but it's kind of broken. He doesn't know Common very well. My name, Tom. I tell you how it works, how everything works. If you just let me live, have mercy. It's complicated. The machinery, it could kill you by accident. Let me live. And then Starla, it'll be your turn.
Clearly lying. His name was Stan 5 seconds ago.
He did use a different name than what the guy called him.
I don't speak Gnomish, so I don't understand what's going on.
I'll walk over and say, maybe we should hear him out.
All right, Starla wants to talk to the prisoner. Yes, you can, Tarar.
I just drop him.
Okay, so he falls unceremoniously on the ground. He does not have a weapon in his hand. He does have a pouch full of vials, but he does not. He has a wrench in his belt, and that's about it. So, Twitch, do you want to do anything?
Twitch is going to cast Lightning Bolt, which doesn't do anything. So he's going to run up.
Oh, because it's a verbal spell?
Yeah, it's verbal.
I love it.
He is going to come over here and he is going to try and strangle this gnome.
All right, so you, Tarar, you see Twitch jump up, hands wrapped around the gnome's throat, and the gnome is actually prone on the ground. So you see Twitch basically dogpile on the gnome with his hands outstretched, trying to grab the gnome's throat.
You can't hear it, but he's screaming, "Shocking blast! Shocking blast!"
Is it just like...
You just see
it's more like the squeegee on a glass window.
Yeah, the snow flurries inside the glass globe are just going ballistic right now, like as if it's being shaken by a small child.
Oh, the snow dots are forming the words he's saying.
That could... Eva. All right.
He blows on the glass and then he writes with his pointed nose. But it's backwards to you, so you can't read it.
Does anybody have an intention of killing this guy, or are you gonna rip Twitch off and try to calm down?
I am intentionally trying to kill him.
Drepix is gonna pull him off and try to get information out of him first.
Okay, so Drepix pulls Twitch off and is kind of holding him back.
No, I'm resisting. I'm going to try and stay on this guy.
All right, well, give me a contested strength check, you two.
Tarar is going to go pick up his fallen comrade and begin to eat him in front of him.
Oh my god.
If it's the headless one, you can just drink out of the neck.
All right, so Drepix, you guys had the same strength too. I love it. So the two little goblins with the skinny little arms are pulling apart at each other, and Drepix gets the upper hand and pulls Twitch off of the gnome.
Twitch turns to Drepix and he goes,
Dahak, Ikreg, you said, or Dahak, you're the only one who said you didn't for sure what you weren't gonna. You didn't tell me what you're gonna do, but
yeah, I'm just
are you
gonna
gonna
come up next to Surakith and lick my wounds suggestively.
Okay, so Surakith, two things. One, you're on round 7 for Gamork's death at this point in time. So Dahak might be suggesting that if there's anything you can do to help Gamork, now's the time.
I specifically texted Chris Matthews and asked him what he would do in this situation, and he would say only if Dahak gave over 300 gold points worth of diamonds would he revivify the lizard.
Okay, Dahak, do you have 300 gold pieces and diamonds?
says,
Sorry, I was on mute. I don't have those resources, but I wouldn't recommend anyways using Revivify on Gamork.
she would give Dahak the consolation prize of scratching the back of his neck with her fingernails.
There you go.
Fair
right.
trade.
So you get a little lovin's instead of your lizard. The rest of you gather around Tom. He says his name is Tom.
Drepix is actually
None of the gnomes made it to the door. They were trying to get to this door eventually, but that's not the way the battle played out. So you can assume, it's safe to assume, that there is no alarm that's been set. And Tom says, as long as the boilers keep boiling, no one will know you're here. Just keep working the machines, and your presence will go unnoticed.
Drepix is going to use Charm to make sure he's getting all the right information and say, show and tell me everything if you want to live.
By using charm, are you talking about magic, or are you talking about just your goblin charm?
I just realized that seemed more like threatening. I'm actually
Yeah,
gonna try and word
you're
that
a goblin
differently.
talking to a gnome about
You're
telling
smiling
me
at
everything.
the
So
report.
actually, I more kind of I am going to use the charm to make him seem more like I'm his buddy. I'm gonna wrap my arm around his shoulder and be like, "Come on, buddy. Why don't you show me everything?"
Well, that's a tall order, friend. If I can call you all friends, I didn't
Kill them
I didn't
all
attack
and be
any-
done with it!
I didn't attack any of
Which is,
you. I was just trying to get away.
Is he still? Is he like sitting on the ground?
No, Drepix put his arm around him, so he helped him to his feet, and he's got his arm around him, and they're kind of like pirates hanging on each other a little bit.
Okay.
You guys
I'm
would
gonna
notice
let-
I'm like giving you bad winks.
I'm gonna take my greatsword and let the weight of it just kind of rest on the gnome's shoulders, slightly digging in, and just look at him and say, you know, the quicker that you tell us, the quicker that you don't lose your head. Though that'll come after you lose your arm and both of your legs, and then maybe I'll cut open your stomach, see what can flow out and how long you live before your head comes off your shoulder.
Terrifying. Which fast. Do you have any paper? Perhaps a quill? I mean, I spent years learning the mechanics of everything down here, so based on how you all seem to look, it could take you twice as long.
I have any run.
Drepix is gonna go over to the one that they believe was their leader's body to search it and see if he's got paper and anything else of valuable. And then if he does find paper, he's gonna bring it back to him to use.
Well, the artificer does have a scroll case and an ink with an ink vial with a quill. If you search his body, you'll also find a pouch with coin in it. And you find a small rectangular box with regular holes carved in it, made out of stone.
So I will try to, as I'm searching the body, I'll act like I'm still just looking for the paper and try and pocket those coins. But I will show them the weird box with the shapes. In the paper, of course.
Have you come across such a box before, Trepix? Sir Kith would ask. Is this something that you might have stolen in the past with your dealings with gnomes?
I'm sorry, I was typing. What was that, Mark? The question?
She would ask Drefix as he walks over with the box if this is something that he might have encountered before and or stolen before, since he has a pretty deep knowledge of kind of gnomes in this area almost.
Okay. Go ahead, Drepix, you can answer. Is it something you've encountered before?
This might be the DM ruling. Would I recognize
No,
this?
it's I was kind of teasing. It's an invention of these gnomes and has never been outside these walls before. So unless you've lived in this stronghold, you wouldn't have heard of it or seen anything like it.
I do not recognize this at all. This is probably exclusive to these gnomes. They are slightly different than the ones I've dealt with. Tom.
Gerard's just gonna be like, it tastes the same to me.
Who's holding the stone box?
Drippick still is, as I'm kind of showing it to the others, and I do look at Tom. I'm like, hey Tom, buddy. Or was it Stan? What is this? Oh, and here's your paper.
My name is Tom. I don't know what he was trying to do. Probably save his own skin. But my name is Tom. And if you really want to be my friend, I wouldn't say too much while holding that thing. I would put it far away from you. Don't hold on to it.
What does it do?
It'll get you killed.
That's not very specific.
Well, I don't know exactly how it works. That the old guy used it all the time to communicate with others in the fortress.
Does Sir Kith would like to see if he's lying.
You can give me an insight check. So he seems to be forthright right now. Like he doesn't know. He it seems honest that he doesn't know how the thing works, but he knows that the old guy, the wizard guy, used it to communicate. He seems to be telling him.
Perhaps it is best to listen to him this one time, Drepix.
Very well. Maybe we should keep it stashed away or something.
Perhaps muffled in cloth, for now.
Yes. And I begin to wrap
Better
it
to
up.
just throw it in the fire. If I were you, I would just throw it in the fire. I don't know why you would want to keep it with you. Unless you're asking to get killed.
I'm waiting for Ikrig to put his hand on his shoulder like Bane and be like, "Are you in charge right now?"
Well, thanks for the paper and the ink, and if you would all like to take a seat, I could begin explaining the complex machinations at
Twitch
play here.
was chopping. He goes, "You shut up! Show us where the god capturing device is."
So, as you start to speak, I would say a minute has passed, at least by now. So your face is starting to turn from a snow globe back into the Twitch's face. So at
I figured he'd turn back when you guys are like, "Oh, we're your friends," and he's just screaming, we gotta kill them all! Just kill them all!
So you guys see the ears pop out of the snow globe first, and then it becomes the rest of Twitch's face, and he just seems irate and electric, on fire almost. He doesn't want to have anything to do with this tomfoolery. But Tom is basically standing up straight now, like you guys are all his friends, and as terrifying as you are, you want to learn from him. So he's welcome. He's going to teach you all how machines work, and he's going to start on the lesson 1 that all the youngling gnomes are taught how gears and chains work, and if you put one gear to another gear and you turn it in one direction, it turns the gear the other direction, and he's going to draw images for you and show you how these things work, and he might even light a stick on fire and show you how the smoke comes off the stick and how that can cause energy and steam, boil some water.
Whatever he draws like a mechanical device, I will crumple it up and I go, "That's not what I asked. You show us where device is."
I do agree with the little one that this is taking too much time. He could be stalling.
Can I eat him now?
When he lights a torch without using magic, I will bat it away and I go, Heresy! That's just magic, I know that.
Some of you look really, really hurt. I have a suggestion. There's no magic is very cunning, you know. If you go over to those valves over there, do you need me to describe to you what a valve is? Because I can tell you, but basically those wheels over there, if you go and you turn the left one 3 times to the left and the right one 2 times to the right and then the left one once to the left again, then the cauldrons in the center of the room will turn to blue and it'll be a water-like substance. It's a little sticky, but if you put your hand in it and drink it, it will make your wounds better.
Repeat the instructions one more time.
Sure. You turn the left one on the left 3 times to the right, and the right one on the right 2 times to the left, and the left one on the left once to the right.
Did somebody get that?
Or is it the right one on the right 2 times to the left?
I'm gonna cut off his head now, please.
Twitch is gonna push him towards the valve and say, "You do it. You."
All right. So just as you push him towards the valve, the sword, Icarex's sword, swings over his head, and he kind of looks up and feels the whoosh of the wind of the sword passing over his head. And says, now, that was awfully close. I get it. I'm frightened. You're all terrifying, especially that one. And he points at Tarar as he tries to
swing it at him again.
Sucking the marrow out of the leg bone of his body.
Yeah. So he walks over to the valve, and he says, "Okay, you all stand there. That's good, right there where you are." And he starts turning the valve to the left.
I'd actually like to go up to it.
Yeah, Twitch is standing right next to him.
Well, hold on. Before you all scatter, Twitch ran over to him. Tarar, you're eating that gnome. You weren't. You were busy.
I've been pushing him towards the
cranberries off the wall.
But I'll tell you what. I'll let you guys move if you give me a successful insight check.
Oh man!
Because you did not. You let me walk over there and go to the valve and start turning it before you all decided to bolt.
I was just constantly shoving him towards that.
Dahak, you can move back where you were.
The 24 was for Surakith. Tarar's not going to make an insight.
Twitch. I'm not going to ask you for an insight check because you didn't bolt away. You said I'm going to go with him. The rest of you bolted when you thought I was up to something. But apparently all of you can bolt except for Dahak. Because none of you believe him. You all think that he's up to something. And he does rotate the valve on the left, 1 turn to the left, reach in his pocket, and throw something at long range into the fire over here. So I have to make an attack roll.
At disadvantage,
because it's more than 20 feet.
I knew I should have just cut off his head. Second time around.
Well, I'll take the 19. That's a hit. All right, so that gives everybody within 10 feet of this has to give me a dex save. So that would be Starla and Tarar. And I think that's it. Starla, you succeed. Tarar, you do not. right, so Starla, you succeed, so that's 13 plus 15. 15, 20, 28 points of damage. And Tarar, you did not succeed, but you still half the fire, so you take 13 plus 31. 44 points of damage.
He's down. He had exactly 44.
Alright, so Tarar gets you guys both basically, the thing explodes with that alchemist acid napalm fiery stuff. And then all I want to resolve, because I'm going to end it here, this is a perfect place to end. What I want to resolve is, what do you guys do the moment he turns around and chucks that vial and blows the thing up and Tarar falls to the ground? Actually, you're right here, Tarar. You're next to your snap.
I fell backwards into the acid, and I'm giving a thumbs up, like Terminator 2.
Like Terminator style? If you guys decide... Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So, Dahak, you see him throw the vial. It explodes. As soon as the acidic fired ball fades, an arrow comes shooting towards them. An Eldritch Blast comes shooting towards them.
We're gonna Bonnie and Clyde this motherfucker.
Twitch, what do? You you just watch all this firepower come at him, or do you also gonna want to shank him or something?
With my one insight, I'll be he's just like, that's not what you said. As he is completely like incinerated.
All right, well, let's see. Dahak got a crit and a 23. Yeah, okay, well, Dahak by yourself with the arrows. You downed him. Ikreg, you crit failed once and then hit him the second time. So as he's falling limp to the ground with the 2 arrows stuck in his chest, you blast him in the side. The whole half of his head is blasted against the back of the wall. I can't make a dex save while I'm dead, so the rest of him is just burnt up in an acidic bubble on the ground as his flesh just bubbles. All right, so he is dead, but no alarm so far that you know of has been set. So you guys, we can gather in the center of the room, figure out what you're going to do. Actually, we should resolve your death, Tarar. I'm assuming Circuit
shove a
has
healing
the word.
potion in his...
But yeah, go ahead. Give me a...
Well, we should just leave on a failure.
You want to leave on a failure and heal on the next session?
Let's do it.
Okay, we can. We'll let me put it...
Skull 1.
1 failed death save for Tarar, full stop. Okay, so basically you guys got a little bit of information out of the gnome. You still have a few more pockets to search if you want. You guys looked at the artificer. You got the stone thing. That's one thing that you needed to get out of this encounter. And you didn't get too much information out of this guy before he tried to betray you. He tried to outsmart you. But you guys saw through his lies.
My plan was he was going to do all these things, and then I would be just like, okay, drink.
Yeah, he was totally lying. There's no healing in this room. He was hoping that you guys would all gather around the pool, and then while your faces were in it, he was going to toss the vial and blow you all up. But you guys didn't fall for it. So yeah, sorry I went a little bit late, but good session, guys. I hope you had fun. This next part, yeah, is dark. If Tarar, you're gonna love it. Mark, you're gonna go crazy. There is a map. You guys will find a map. So keep looking.
I have a feeling that we're going to enter an infirmary.
Or something of the sort. You're on the right mindset. It's not that. But you are thinking right along the same track. We're on the same railroad track. Yeah.
The babies
I don't want to give any more hints, but you are on the right train of thought, Mark. It's close to that.
Tarar has been let loose in the rock no mice.
And yeah, Twitch, you had a rough night. But it's funny that you say you built this character knowing he's going to die, and yet you keep surviving these crazy odds, too, so... Anyway.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone. Our next
Good night, everybody.
Our next game, I think, is what? What is it?
28th.
The 28th. Yes, it is the 28th. Okay, cool. And I am free that night, so no problems there.
Awesome. Thanks, Ken.
All right, good time, guys. Good night.
Night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.